Very much. I think you probably noticed the cabinet room is getting more and more. Very much. I think you probably noticed the cabinet room is getting more and more beautiful. You can.
What the fuck? Fucking cabinet room's getting more and more beautiful. Oh, I died. What the hell is this, bro? Hey, Dennis. How you doing, bud? How goes? How goes the lives? Dude, we're about to have so much fun today, man. Just you wait. It's gonna be great. Man, I can't wait. I know, I know. I've been lazy lately, man. I'm sorry. It's just hard when you suck as much as I do. You know what I mean? Gotta finish the gains. My Instagram post. Oh my god. I'm watching the cabinet meeting. Let's see here. Why the fuck are leftists saying that ISIS Gestapo? Because the Gestapo is a relatively well-known concept. ICE is not the Gestapo. ICE would be more like the SA, except, I mean, historically, the intimidation arm of like a fascist populist movement is separate from the government. The SPD is the Social Democrat Party that was in opposition to the NSDAP, so I have no idea what that person. The SPD was like, well, they weren't literally the communists, even though they were very much influenced by communist parties. Like Rosa Luxemburg was part of the SPD. I believe I was corrected by Haley on my stream like a few months ago when I said that they were the Communist Party. I mean, they had a lot of roots from Marxists, but they were like the party of the Weimar Republic. But definitely not supporters of the NSDAP. It's fucking weird. Okay, so protecting capitalism and wanting to be communist are two different. I'm sure you already probably know this, Dennis. That's kind of like an oxymoronic statement, I feel like, right? I feel like communists don't really want to protect capitalism. or at least the concepts that we're talking about right now. I think that there are people who can accept like the good parts of, like, for me, I know that there's strengths in the Marxist school of economics. It's not an answer though, in my opinion, but there are strengths, right? Like if you can definitely like think of some of them. But for what we're talking about, I think a blanket statement like that is like what. SPD, protecting democracy means protecting capitalism. That is incorrect. And I know it's partly like somewhat true, but it's mainly incorrect because of the subject in this, right? SPD, protecting democracy means protecting capitalism. I mean, communism is built on democracy. It is about equal representation and democratic means of owning the means of production. Be it maybe if it's through a government, fine. If it's through a commune of people, not the government, then whatever. But technically, communism protects the idea of democracy as well. So I feel like the statement is just missing the mark, right? Yeah. I know. So, do you want to know why Germany was kind of primed to reject the Weimar Republic and the Constitutional Republic and democracy as a whole? There is a big reason. Oh, you probably might know. You live there right now, right? Aren't you're studying in Germany, I think is what you told me? You probably might know. It wasn't just the military, but the courts, the judicial system. Also, yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're studying in Germany or you're German, but a lot of the Weimar Republic branches, like the judicial system as well as the military, were beholden to the Kaiser still, and they actively like eliminated the parts of the Weimar Republic and any like they chipped away at it until it was vulnerable, right? So the judicial system in particular, like when the Kaiser was overthrown, right? Not overthrown, but he was no longer around. The Weimar Republic became a thing. They couldn't like just make new judges, so they either had to, try and deal with the judges they had and try and influence them to agree with the Weimar Republic, and it didn't really work out that well. A lot of the judges still held allegiance to the Kaiser, even though it was in the Weimar Republic. So they were constantly chipping at the foundation of the newly made Weimar Republic from the get-go, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong, but there was a real concerted effort by judges in the Weimar Republic who did not want the Weimar Republic. I know, I thought it was about time. Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, I wouldn't really call ICE the Gestapo. The Gestapo was created after Hitler took Supreme Chancellor, right, in 1933. And they were mainly formed to like spy on political opponents, very much like the secret police of the USSR. I mean, Gestapo literally means secret police. So they're like Bond style dudes, James Bond dudes with briefcases walking around like following you. I'd say ICE is similar to No. I mean, the history of Germany might tell us something about this as well, right? The SA, who is most likely, sure, I'll go into his chat. The SA is probably the most likely comparison. I wasn't expecting ICE to be able to act in a manner like this, because usually it's a paramilitary group, but I mean, they function the same right now. ICE is literally able to murder someone in the street and act as if it hasn't happened, and millions of people are somehow defending it. So if it works, it works. I mean, that's just the honest truth. I don't know if the SPD would support another party in its entirety in its early days, but I believe the early days of the NSDAP, it may have associated with a few of it. So if this guy is saying, okay, so if Kazari Alpha is saying that the SPD did align with the NSDAP in its early days, that's still even a stretch, but the early NSDAP was very different from like post 1924. Yeah. It wasn't a relevant party, yeah. I mean, I said 1924, so that's going to be like the moment when I think Hitler first culled or cultivated the NSDAP, and then I believe 1929 is when he did it again, right? But ICE, for instance, being very similar to like the SA right now, historically it doesn't work out for the SA. I'm sure you remember this too, Dennis, but the first thing that Hitler did when he became the chancellor, right, is like brutally fucking murder every single SA leader or someone who like second in command and third in command in their sleep, like on the first day. He just like brutally fucking murdered all of them in their sleep. Yeah. There was a culling of the NSDAP as well. Because Hitler knew, and just like Trump, I can assure you, he doesn't, they don't want anyone near them who has like a semblance of power, who can, you know, check them authoritatively. So if you're in ICE right now, I mean, on the way up to Trump becoming a dictator, as soon as he becomes one, I'd probably be very careful. It's just me. Bogos, what are you talking about? What in the ever living fuck are you talking about? Dude, are you there? What the Dude, Bogo's coming in with some stuff.
See the flags behind us of the different forces and the
Wait, Bogos. I mean, did this school have a trans flag?
American flag and various others. It's, I think, quite
All right,
spectacular. It's never
It's the only joke I'm doing. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about this book.
never looked this good,
Right?
and hopefully we're going to
Fuck
do
you.
work that's never been as good. So I think that's basically what's happened in our first year. We've had an amazing year, and this will be our
My cock is really big.
first cabinet after the year, so we're starting our second year.
We're starting our second year. Right.
tremendous progress has
Tremendous
been made. I want to thank
progress.
my entire cabinet for
I want
12
to
months of
thank
unprecedented achievements.
my
We really
entire
have been
cabinet
unprecedented. The numbers we've had on the economy.
for giving me a
You see that?
really
And
good
that's
dick
despite a
suck.
Democrat shutdown. Without the shutdown, we would have picked up about 1.5 points more than
Huh? What?
already high numbers, record-setting numbers. So
What is he talking about? Live at a reasonable hour. Hey, I was going through some stuff, okay? Although, good news, I can't talk about it. Like, I seriously can't talk about it. But all of the hard work I put into the legal aspect of it, because I had to contact a few lawyers. Finally got a lawyer to take my case, so we'll see where that goes.
this has been, I think, and a lot of
I'm sorry, bro.
people say
I hope I got Saul Goodman on the case, bro. Saul Goodman would give me 150K. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to get 50 to 150K, so we'll see. I mean, they fucked up, bro. So fuck them.
the most successful year of any administration in American history. First year, there's never been a first year like this, including the fact that we extinguished 8 wars.
And if it goes through, then I'm just going to buy a house. Fuck it. You can buy a house. How much are the costs for an attorney? See, this is the thing that's kind of hard and why I had to put in so much work. If I had money, Dennis, the next day, you can definitely put a down payment on a house for 150K in California. Are you kidding me? No, it's not. No, it is not. I just got sidetracked by fucking Bogos being a freaking idiot, dude. God dang it. What is the average mortgage payment? The average mortgage payment, okay, in Lake Forest right now, all right, is 21.28, buddy. Oh, this is definitely too low. Shit. 1 sec. You know, just relax, Bogos. Relax, okay? Like 12.5. No. You're out of your fucking mind. I'm in. My girlfriend has a good credit score. These are. What the? What the fuck? Wait, that's not the right down payment. I put 100,000. 4,000? Okay, so that's a little bit out of my price range. But you know what, Bogos? I hope you know that I hate you because you just stole this from me. All right, you stole this. How could you? Wait, it says 12.5 again. Oh, that's the. Oh, I see. I see. Where is the fucking more options? 5.598. Who gives a fuck about Canada? All of you live in like one area, and you remember that freeway, Bogos? I told you, right? Right. This fucking magical place, dude. Yellow Brick Road. Yeah. I'm sorry, all of you live literally outside of Toronto, bro, and you take this shit. Okay, all of you. This is Toronto right here. Where are you going this weekend? I'm going into Toronto. What are you doing next weekend? Toronto. What do you... This freeway is nuts, bro. No. Okay. I mean, some parts might be like the LA freeway, but I mean, not like that, bro. That fucking freeway in Toronto is just like it's just insane. This is the 5, in South Orange County where I live. Okay, it's definitely got some freeway-ish. It's got some freeway. Okay, just a little bit. This is between. There's so much traffic here all the time. Oh my god, I hate this fucking section here. But this part right here, this is about as wide as it gets. I mean, that's only if you suck. I mean, if you really want my opinion, Bogos, I would not buy a home in Orange County anymore. And the reason being is because it's already gone through its like investment boom. It really has. And now you're just fighting with institutional investors. So, I mean, oh wow, there's some homes that aren't that crazy expensive, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. I don't think it'd be smart to buy a home here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it'd be smart. If you really want my opinion, okay, what I would do is probably go out here, okay, and then ask my mom to help me find a place, and probably do one, probably somewhere around here. Because they live in Liberty, and I think outside of Greensboro would be somewhat intelligent. Let's see here. Hey, Burbank. How are you doing? I am looking up a mortgage calculator. What are you talking about? I mean, it depends on your interest, right, Bogos? So like Forest Oaks here is pretty nice. But you see all these homes right here? I mean, no, it depends on if if everything goes according to plan. No, I'm kidding. They shouldn't have fucked me. That's all I'm gonna say. And I mean, these homes are pretty nice. Like this one here for fucking $490. Jeez Christ. Like these would be the homes you probably want to buy. I'd probably ask my mom because she lives out here and she probably would be able to help me get a very good home for pretty cheap. But like this would be a smart home or something like that to buy. I don't know if this one would be a smart home, but California is not. All of these places though have like a potential to boom. Raleigh especially is like a destination center right now. So that's where I would buy a home. Okay, I would not buy one in Orange County. So if it's like 477, and then we put a down payment of like 75 to overcome the fact that we don't have a lot of credit. 2,300. That's fucking easy. Easily do that. What? Video and off topic. It's cute. No, quit distracting me. I was gonna respond to fucking Bogos about something. What was I gonna tell you about Bogos? How much do they cost? Oh yeah, so an attorney. So sorry, not Bogos, but Dennis. That would be kind of away from a city actually. It'd be like right in the outskirts. Because I want to find if I do buy a home, I want to find a place that's right where it's on the cusp of being expanded into. That way it it can start becoming expensive or gain a lot of value. But for lawyers, Dennis, so a lot of lawyers, if I had money, I could have went and got a lawyer the next day and paid him hourly and probably have started the suit within like a day. I don't have a lot of money like that though. It's usually like $500 an hour. So what I have to do is I have to go to a contingency lawyer, okay? And contingency is when the way it works is the attorney's office will take your case if they think it's reasonable. And when you do a contingency lawyer, it's a lot harder to get a lawyer because they don't want to waste their time. Because they're working for free until you win. If you don't win, they get nothing. So a contingency lawyer is extremely, like, they're looking for certain things. And it's got to be kind of a slam dunk because there's plenty of people who have been wronged, probably more than me. We're talking like just obliviously stupid ways, right? You know, like they're very picky, yeah. Because again, they can be. There's a lot of people who probably have cases that are slam dunks. Yes. And I did finally, I put in a lot of work. That's why haven't really been streaming that much. I mean, it's kind of been affecting me too, but I put in a lot of work to try and make sure that when a lawyer sees, I made a whole packet and everything like that, a whole timeline, you name it. And I signed a retainer, so we'll see what happens. I don't really care about them anymore, so I should. They kind of fucked up in a lot of ways. Like I've never sued anyone in my entire life, and I honestly never thought I would. But I mean, it's almost like they just played like a game of how many illegal things can we do. I was like, okay, you guys are ridiculous. So that's what that's the difference between like a contingency lawyer and like a non-contingency one.
Another one
and yeah, so you're lying there. Basically, they must be sure that you win, and it's a good sign if I got one. So we'll see what happens.
think is coming.
All right, so now the piece of resistance. I can't say.
Witkoff's working
Not right now.
very hard, and Jared
Maybe after.
and everybody else, and I think it's coming. It was just announced that the murder rate
It's not a
in our
private person.
country is the biggest drop
It's not a private person though.
ever recorded. It's at the lowest level in 125.
What in the fuck is he talking about? Oh, the murder rate? I already looked at this, and it did drop a lot in 35 cities. It's hardly the national murder rate. It comes from a single nonprofit, but it's only 35 cities.
So I think it's coming.
And we're talking last year, LA had 285 homicides. This year, it had 230. So it's like a 20% drop. But I mean, the numbers are pretty small now. So if you go from 2 to 1, it's a pretty big percentage drop.
It was just announced that the murder rate in our country is the biggest drop ever.
He's just lying. It wasn't in the country. I know exactly what he's referring to. It's 35 cities in this study. It seemed like a pretty good study, though. I don't like when people are irresponsible with how they present them.
Recorded. It's at the lowest level in 125 years. First in recorded history, it's the lowest in at least 125 years.
I don't think we have homicide rates going back 125 years, but be my guest. I mean, the year 1900 probably doesn't have a very comprehensive homicide rate in every jurisdiction, especially nationally.
Wonderful thing, and that crime is way down. And one of the reasons was we've taken a lot of bad people and gotten them out of our country.
Literally, that's not how crime works.
In some cases, they're so bad that we put them in prison because we don't want to.
Okay, so if they commit crimes in the U.S., they deserve to go to prison in the U.S. His ratings don't matter though, right? That's one of the bigger problems we have right now. His ratings have always sucked, but he'll lie about it. The people who are cheering all of this on will continue to enjoy it, and we'll get more gold in all of our framing, so my eyes can bleed as I have to watch this.
To even take a chance of coming back in, even though our border is very secure, record-setting secure. We had 0 illegal aliens being admitted into our country for the last.
Just literally impossible. I don't know. Let me just check this too. I don't know. They didn't stop, did they? Okay. So in December 2026, oh, it's fiscal year day. We have 10,000 enforcement encounters. Safe to assume at least one of these people came into the country illegally. I don't know. Safe to assume at least one, right? 0. 0.
Last 8 months.
700 hours.
That's hard. That's hard.
Here, I got something for you. Let's check some of my most played Steam games, eh? See what I'm at. Some degenerate behavior here. Arc Raiders, I'm at 411. Holy. 411? Logos, I think I have you beat now. How do I do all these games, all the games, and then do it by hours played? You suck. Library. Like this. Hours played. Okay. 290, 301 for Factorio. $1,500 for Elder Scrolls Online. Huh. I have a lot more than this in Apex. This is just the Steam one. Power World 242. I kind of want to play Power World again. Does anyone have Power World? And then I played a lot of Starfield. I don't know why. Everyone said that game sucked, but I actually kind of liked it. Elden Ring 412. Octopath Traveler 2. The game is so good. Anyways. About this BOP, seems the consensus is it's a power grab to stay relevant. What is BOP? Board of Peace, yeah, okay. It's a scam, man. The Board of Peace is it's just another way for Trump to try and manipulate, extort, and racketeer money out of people. He sees a good idea like the UN and then goes, how can I make money off this? It's literally, I'm just going to ruin the UN and then make people, you know, because we're big on military, I'm just going to make my own UN and then charge for it. That's like, you know, a guy who does this type of stuff, right? Like he is just looking to fuck over every person he can, and that's it. Never mind, okay, that the Bible explicitly says something like, if I'm not mistaken, in Revelation. Could be wrong here. I don't know. Check the end of Revelation. Everyone's favorite. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it? I warn everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to them, God will add to that person the plagues described in this book. If anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God will take away that person's share in the tree of life, in the holy city, which are described in this book. The one who testifies to these things says, "Surely I am coming soon." Amen. Come, Lord Jesus. The grace of the Lord Jesus be with all saints. Amen. So, what exactly does this add? It adds Charlie Kirk. It also, I guess, includes the Pledge of Allegiance, the Declaration of Independence. Tell me you've never read the Bible without telling me you've never read the Bible. You know what I mean? Why are there so many? Yeah, he's not religious at all. He signs it too? I'm molding, dude. God is dead, and Donnie killed him. Fuck Nietzsche.
Hard for even me to believe.
How many Bibles does he want to sell? He wants to sell all of them, bro. Look at this. Trump phone. Yeah, you ready for Trump phone? Dude, Trump mobile. Boom. $47.45 a month. He has another LLC. When does it release? Well, it already is released right now, but this T1 phone here, no one's gotten this yet. Just a rip-off iPhone. Whatever happened to Trump's promise of a golden phone? Let's see here. The Trump Organization, here we go. Later in that summer, Trump Mobile also became more vague about when the T1 will become available, but still indicated it would be delivered to customers who paid the $100 deposit. Was told by a customer that Trump Mobile that the phone will be shipped in late January, and its delayed release to the 43-day shutdown of the federal government. He should sell a Donnie Thesaurus. Call it the huge. That everybody knows these words are the best thesaurus. Holy fuck, bro. It's bigly.
But
Believe me.
the people that make up the lists are supposedly nonpartisan, but I would say they lean toward the Democrat side.
Which is a fancy way of, planting the seed and being nefarious.
And if they say that, I'm all for it. As you know, we've had a...
Dude, he has captured so many people in my country, dude. No, he puts his name on stake. I'm not kidding. Watch. Bro. Dude. It's just, brother, he puts his name on steak, repackaged steak. Like, it's just ridiculous, man. This it was launched in 2007 in May, and then it was discontinued in 2007 in July. He's such a good businessman. Am I doing it right? Dude. Is it it's the right hand? Right hand. bet Trump couldn't even name the steaks on here. You'd be like, okay, well that's like a, I don't know. That's a fillet, ribeye, T-bone, which is a New York and a ribeye, or fillet in a New York, right? So a sirloin in New York. I can't remember. I don't have my own brand of steaks. Okay, Trump does though. And then there's this one, which is kind of thick. I don't know what that would be. What kind of steak is that? I don't know. I give up. But I'm not the one with steaks with my name on it.
Situation take place with respect to Venezuela. I want to just thank General Kane and his staff. Well, the job that they've done is incredible. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
It will be. You could fucking make that a plaque behind me, bro. Fear not. If it can be gilded, Trump will it be.
And once it did take place, I want to thank the leadership of Venezuela. We're getting a
What? You mean the one you abducted? Where is that dude, by the way? Where is Maduro right now? Does anyone know what's going on with him? Is he just in like a cell somewhere, just getting fucking waterboarded?
along really well with them. The relationships have been very strong, very good, and they have.
Yeah, I bet the people of Venezuela are just jumping with joy on behalf of you depositing one of the, like, what, 40 or 50% of the first oil sale into your own account, like in the Bahamas or something, is what I remember correctly.
Informed to me that they feel there's very good security, very strong security. We're working with.
What do you mean?
The various people involved, including Chris and Doug and everybody on.
Those are not Venezuelans. Those are both people in your cabinet.
The oil. We have the major oil companies going to Venezuela.
Last time I checked, something like this, right? This was January 10th. So, U.S. President Donald Trump asked for at least $100 billion in the oil industry for spending, but an executive at Chevron or Exxon, if I'm not mistaken, one of those two, was told him that it's uninvestable, and they said that they acknowledged it, but there need to be significant changes. Oh shit, too gnarly. There you go. You can read that all right. One of the things the United States will be able to get out of this is lower energy prices, but the oil bosses present express caution. Exxon's chief, Darren Woods, we have had our assets seized there twice. It is. I mean, it has the same type of oil that we have, which is it's extremely heavy, and the distillation process, okay? So it's just like heating. It's just heating the oil up until you get the products you want, right? So the distillation process in particular, all right, for extremely heavy crude oil means you have to raise the temperature higher. And it's not that hard to get gasoline, but our refineries here in the U.S. are kind of designed for the less heavy, less like particulate oil, less viscous. So we don't like to, our refineries are already operating at like full capacity. I want to say like 85%. They have been for a long time. And there's literally no way we could possibly like include this oil. And then Venezuela's oil refineries are just, I mean, the country hasn't exactly capitalized on the fact that they did start OPEC. We also kind of interrupted them when they tried to take over their oil industry back. A lot of complex, geopolitical history going on there. But yeah, the type of oil they have is heavy crude oil, and we can't do anything with it. It's a waste of time. That's why we buy most of our oil from Canada, already refined, like most of the gasoline. And we sell most of the oil that we produce in the United States. We don't need oil for that. We need to go into the future for that one, Dennis. We need nuclear power, and we need renewables. Oil is not going to be able to keep up with that. We are plundering them. The deal I think that was made with Venezuela, is like 40% goes back to them. I don't know. Let's see here. This is from the energy.gov specifically. So let's see. Zoom in on this a little. So maybe it's this one. Oh yeah. Okay. I guess we're getting our news through tweets, but I'm pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil, a high quality, retarded, no it's not, sanctioned oil. The oil will be sold at its market price, and that money would be controlled by me. Dude. Me. To ensure its benefit to the people of Venezuela. That's what this fact sheet references. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I think he's not lying. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan oil will first settle in U.S. controlled accounts at globally recognized banks. These funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the U.S. Yeah, I forgot. The way we actually make sure we pay for stuff or give out, your tax refunds is always at the discretion of like one dude in his fucking annoying 2 a.m. fucking, that's not 2 a.m., but True Social. I actually didn't expect it to be that dumb. I'm gonna be honest with you. I expected some level of like Venezuela's electricity grid is dilapidated. Dilapidated. It's bad. Super bad. And fragile after years of socialist management, corruption, and poor maintenance, and a sprinkle of American coup d'etats. Nationwide production. This is such a weird start to a sentence and then a comma. I fucking hate whoever writes these things, dude. I hate it. Also, why do we have 2 commas? January 6th, 2026, If you just put 6th and then put 2026 and then a comma, you don't have to do that. Okay. This is also not where you put a comma. Venezuela was once a wealthy, stable. No, it's Venezuela was once a stable and wealthy nation whose citizens, like, it fucking drives me insane, bro. Literally, no one knows how to write in this fucking administration. Venezuela is like, we're going back to it. I mean, you know my opinion, Dennis. I'm on the darker side, I think our moment to miss this was U.S. diluent light crude oil will flow into Venezuela. We don't have light crude oil. Dude, there's just so much. It's not that he's too valuable. It's Bird Brains. Do you know what political momentum is? Have you ever heard that term before? It's a really important term in history, at least, or idea. Let me get this up here for you guys. So the idea of political momentum, okay? I've written about it. This is my Obsidian, by the way, where I write stuff. I haven't really written anything in a while, but is there a? Well, I can export to a PDF. Might be kind of nice. Landscape. Okay, let's see. We'll see what it looks like. We'll do it live. Here we go. All right, so I put something up here. It's called political momentum, okay? And I try to. Actually, I'm going to do it in a different way because I hate this. It doesn't look good in my PDF editor. Boom. So political momentum is a political concept when you have to move forward in your choices and like your illegal actions because of potential consequences and the inability to admit that you did them. So like this is why fascism is really hard for the individual as it gets further and further into it. As in if you don't put a marker down early, it becomes really difficult to say no later, right? But for the person in power, like Trump, I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us in here could agree that Trump has broken the law, right? And if you agree with that, you can just type a yes in chat, just so I make sure we're all on the same page. So Trump has broken a lot of laws, has been acting in his administration duties. It's completely illegal. And hopefully we all agree on that, but I think it's obvious. So the question here now becomes, if you know that you are acting illegally, if you are operating in an illegal way, okay, what is the best option for you as an individual at that point? So like if we think of Trump right now, is Trump's, like if we want to break it down to his self-interest right now, what is the best choice for Trump in this very moment? Is it let the midterms happen and change power and everyone goes to jail in his administration, including him? Or is his best option to continue to commit illegal things, even more so? Try and stop the election, steal the election, to keep everyone in his administration and him from going to jail. What is the best option for Trump at that point? Like we like to think that people will just one day wake up and go like, oh yeah, he's told us what he's going to do. But I'm thinking like we gotta separate ourselves from what we view of Trump. And at this point, I'm trying to point out what the best option for Trump is if you were Trump. Like just picture yourself being this horrible fat piece of garbage with, God, it's hard, but just picture yourself being him in being in this scenario right now. And if you were trying to act in self-interest, right? Like if your like think of the best options for you right now. It definitely is not let the Democrats win the midterms. It's definitely not do nothing. It's definitely not admit you're wrong. Because if you admit you're wrong, then you're opening yourself up to, jail time. So the best option for Trump at this point, because he's pushed our political apparatus to function illegally, is to continue doing more illegal things. That is the best option for him. And this is what political momentum is, essentially. If he loses the midterms elections, everyone in his administration is going to jail. And so is Trump. Spying the Dems like next. He already is. 100%. He's already like raiding people. But like my really individual example of this is about an SS officer. I don't know if you guys can read this, but I do a story about an SS officer who essentially I try to show how someone could do fascism makes like normal people do horrible things, and why it's important to put down a marker early. So another concept of political momentum would be this. Like imagine you're an SS officer who conducts a regular watch over prisoners doing labor. You are not stationed at a Nazi death camp yet. You are instead an officer that is working at a labor camp, which is how most of the concentration camps were. You have a wife, a few kids, but you are completely employed and devoted to the state, which is very much how fascism tends to work. The state is ever there, and the state is never there at the same time. You frequently commit the mistreatment of Jewish people, and sometimes you see Jews murdered in cold blood. However, that is not exactly the normative reality, as you mainly operate at a labor camp. You don't want to kill people who are on your, part of your labor. One day you receive orders to simply put certain named Jews on a train to another camp. What is the likelihood that the officer would suddenly deny to do this? Is the question I ask here. So uncertainty. As an officer does not know for sure if they're going to be killed, he doesn't. They could just be going to another labor camp just like his. He may have an idea, but that's not enough. He's not the one literally murdering them, so it's not enough for him to actually be overcome with the ability to do insubordination. And one of the main reasons why that's if we assume that there's going to be a next POTUS. So this is the problem that I think people. I know I'm on the extreme side with this. I know that a lot of people would disagree with me, but Trump already. I mean, I'll finish this story and then I'll tell you some history about most people. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit of German history after I finish this political momentum story. Okay. So one of the big reasons that the SS officer in this, okay, GOP is the Republican Party, and POTUS means president. So one of the big reasons the SS officer is not going to suddenly just say no is because he has to choose on an individual level now to risk his family, his own safety, and his livelihood. Because his job is the state. They put food on the table. He doesn't know if these people are going to get killed. And this is a very real... He has an idea, though. It's not like people didn't know. But leading up to the Holocaust, Jews didn't start getting murdered, like actually just systematically murdered, until 1941 or 42. So pretty late into the whole ordeal. Yes, they had an idea, yeah. But one of the main problems with again fascism is that there's a lot of uncertainty though, Dennis. So, like, have you seen the movie Schindler's List? I think Schindler's List does a really good job of this because we see Schindler's List is from like the Jewish person's perspective, but how many of the people involved in Schindler's List, like when they came out with the boards, SCOTUS, in my opinion, has already allowed it, but SCOTUS doesn't have an army, so they've given Trump immunity, and then they are seemingly, it looks like, about to dismantle an amendment via an executive order on behalf of him. So I don't have much trust in the other branches of government, but ultimately they don't have an army, so yeah, and a lot of Germans still they loved the years when Hitler was in power. They think it was the best time in their life. You cannot actually, but Trump has tried to. If you remember the 14th Amendment, old debacle, right? Because of this EO right here. So this right here is Trump literally just saying that the 14th Amendment is not what we think it says, and thereby we're going to exclude people. Okay? And this is as fucking blatantly unconstitutional as it can get. Yeah. Also, I think people forget this, okay? But the 14th Amendment didn't just give citizenship to slaves. It also gave citizenship to Confederate babies because there was a civil war that happened for 4 or 5 years, 4.5, and they were not the United States. So all of those, babies that were born under the Confederacy did not have citizenship with the United States. So it was made for them as well. I don't know why a lot of people don't recognize that or realize that. But the 14th Amendment is very clear. It is extremely clear in his writing. It says, all persons born, naturalized, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And what that means, jurisdiction thereof, if you can be put in jail, if you can be detained by the government, if you can be interacted upon by the government, by definition, you are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the United States. So it's probably one of the most clear amendments in our Constitution. Yeah. He's been firing a lot of them, and he's been chipping away at our institutions to make them vulnerable. But I don't think there'll be like a civil war. I want to go back to when you said no next POTUS, civil war definitely, because most people will not do those things that Trump is willing to do. So in the early German years, okay? Correct, yeah. The United States has a very strong institutional framework. Probably one of the only reasons we've lasted this long. Is it perfect though? Is it like in 1918? No, I mean the provinces of Germany leading up to Hitler's power grab in 1933. So we go to 1931 German provinces, okay? Because the Weimar Republic was exactly the same as the U.S. The Constitution is modeled after the U.S. Constitution, and much like the U.S., and I mean this very sincerely, okay? Why is this not getting bigger? There we go. So you have rural areas in Germany and you have non-rural areas. So less of that and more because Germany had the most populous center of Germany did not vote for the Nazis. So the rural areas very much, surged for the Nazis in the same way we see them today. So one of the larger provinces of Germany, if I'm not mistaken, I could be fucking this up, but I'd have to look at the population numbers for these. But the most populous areas of German states at the time, they did not vote for the Nazis, and then they called places like, out here like Gera and Cronenberg, wherever the fuck Cronenberg is. If I can see Cronenberg. They called them, hicks. They called them like kind of the same type of shitty rhetoric that we say about when we're trying to be stupid and funny. Or Königsberg out here, right? Yeah, the next largest party I think was the SPD, right, with 30% of the vote, and then after that the communists had like 20. So Hitler barely won. I think he had like 33.4% of the vote in the 1933 elections. So there could have been like a civil war in Germany, right? Like there's no reason to think that in Germany it couldn't have been that way. So in this election, Hitler won with 33.1. Wow, that was pretty close. SPD had 20. The KPD, the Communist Party, had 16.9. So the SPD and the KPD, they're not the same. I remember Haley correcting me on this a few months ago, where because I thought Rosa Luxemburg was, one of the founders of the SPD, that it was more communist. But this is more like the Weimar Republic Party, a little liberal, but they still had a lot of beliefs similar to the KPD. But that's like almost 40%. So more than what the Nazis were. So why didn't a civil war happen in Germany? Oh, here we go. Here's a good map. Dang. I didn't think we'd find something like this. Globalize. So the Nazi Party, which election is this? 33? In Magdeburg and Hamburg, not so much. In these areas, not so much. Bottom areas, not so much, right? So, I mean, there could have been like a civil war in Germany, but the problem again with fascism is that there is no defining moment and when people usually take up arms. So, when the state comes for you, like right now in the US, there are people who are literally being disappeared, like US citizens alike. Whether or not they're legal immigrants, I don't really care. They still need due process, right? But we're not really doing anything because the state is very far away. In the day to day, I go to the movies, I hang out with my girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. And then the state is also right there. It's kind of one of the bigger problems with it. So, at this point we can go and protest and things like that, but yeah, we're too comfortable in our daily lives. And if you're not a target of the state, you are like radically included until the moment you're not. So it's kind of like a circle. Yeah, maybe actually. So it's kind of like a circle, okay? So fascism will have like this circle, and we'll call it radical inclusion and radical exclusion, okay? Adolf was incompetent. No, Adolf was incompetent. Adolf Hitler had pretty cunning and intelligent people underneath him, though. But Adolf, he did not run a good government. The only reason Adolf Hitler looks somewhat like positive for the German economy is because the Great Depression happened, and he was literally bringing the country back from, I shit you not, like the bottom of Bikini Bottom. Like, that episode where they like go down to the bottom and they're all talking like, they have to take the bus back. Like that's where like Germany was. There was nothing else. It was bedrock right there. Like he was not a very intelligent or capable person. He was an opportunistic shithead, though. Again, which is the worst type of person you can possibly think of when it comes to like a country being vulnerable. And like he did befriend probably the most important person. Yeah, he used the state to then supply jobs for everyone. And that's where the inner circle here, right? Like the inside of the circle. If you're on the inside, you are taken care of. Like you are taken care of. If you're an ICE agent right now, I mean, how much money are you getting? You're getting like a 40K signing bonus? How much is the fucking signing bonus right now? I mean, just like, this is from Homeland Security itself. Okay, probably could trust this, right? $50,000. What the heck? Can this go away? What is this website? Bruh, there we go. What a stupid website. $50,000, guys. 50,000. The nurse killer? I see no reason he will. The only people who can try and indict him would be the federal government, and they show no signs of doing that. And the reason the nurse killer, which by the way, that was a murder, is disgusting. It's hard to watch, in my opinion. Like, it's the type of violence though that I would expect from a like state-on citizen violence type stuff, and why we're in a dangerous position because political momentum right now. Okay, if we got to remember political momentum a bit. What is the benefit for Trump to actually say that guy needs to be convicted? How is that going to benefit Trump? He was put on paid leave because they probably want to protect his identity, which may end up backfiring. Like, we have to think about this in the broader political momentum again. Is it better for Trump to just ignore and say that he did it righteously, or is it better for Trump to say that he broke a law and murdered someone on the street? Because if it's the latter, then an investigation would have to ask questions. Why did he do that? Was there someone who signed off on this aggressive policy? How far does that go up? Like Stephen Miller could be compromised then. I mean, we're talking like we're deep into this like fascist fucking government right now. And they cannot say that they've done anything wrong. Exactly. They're going to just push the envelope, and hopefully it doesn't snowball into 80 million people dead. I mean, that's why I started streaming, right? Because I don't know, if all it takes is like one more person that I can convince to help change their mind, then if that prevents like the deaths of millions of people, then I will be happy. I don't know. Because you never know. All it could take is one more person, right? But that also means I have to be a little bit pragmatic here, and there's no way that dude is going to be on trial, and they're going to do everything in their power to make sure that I think they're going to use ICE to intimidate polling areas, and Trump has already said what he wants to do with elections per se. So the problem is I don't know how it's going to be implemented. Okay, guys. So Trump put this out in March. It's called Preserving and Protecting. Yeah, I don't even attempt to argue those with those people. There's no point to. I mean, anyone who sits there and tries to tell you like provocation doctrine or like, you know, they lawfully dispersed, like it's just shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. That's all. There's no reason to try and fucking argue the, semantics of whether or not this dude deserved to be literally executed on the street. From the get-go, ICE is not supposed to be enforcing law that way. They're not. Like, law enforcement is not a noun. Law enforcement is an action. It is disrespectful to actual people in law enforcement who have dudes in masks just like actually executing people on the street when they're not even supposed to be fucking interacting with people, even if they're protesters. So there's just no reason to even argue with people who think that like maybe it's justified or not. Like, shut the fuck up. Those people are not worth your time. We are talking about how Trump is going to steal the election, or at least currently ICE. Currently ICE, yeah. I think Trump is going to use ICE in his plan here. But if you guys are curious, Trump has a bad habit of telling us what he's going to do in advance. Okay. This is how I think he's going to try and steal the midterm elections. Okay. And this is really damning and kind of scary. Let's see if I can make it in black. Is this better? That's probably better to read, right? That looks a little better. Probably better on all of our eyes. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. That's better to read, right? There we go. So what this does is it kind of gives the Attorney General and the Secretary of State yeah, it's again on its like face, ICE is not supposed to be interacting with regular civilians in general. I mean, it's just see if I can find one that's older because we're gonna get a lot of recent people saying stuff, right? So if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna have to do probably like before all this happened, right? So we'll go to 2017. ICE may arrest non-citizens for alleged immigration violations. Federal law grants arrest authority without a warrant to immigration officials if they have reason to believe that it is an alien, blah, 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 blah. And then you are a U.S. citizen, ICE has no reason to detain you, but that doesn't mean they won't ask to see proof of citizenship. U.S. citizens always should tell immigration authorities that they are citizens, although citizens cannot be detained. A person can be detained if citizenship can't be quickly proved with a passport, voter ID. So there's a very small chance of me visiting America this summer. I probably would advise against doing that. No one does. No one does. But I mean, did they ask Alex Preddy for his citizenship? Does anyone remember? Were they in the process of asking for that woman's citizenship when they just like shoved her on the sidewalk? Or did I forget that part? When Renee Good was shot, when the officers were walking up to her car, simultaneously shouting commands that were completely different from each other, did they say, "Are you a citizen?" or did they just get out of the car? No, they probably deny you entry, bro. Exactly. But I mean, the point is that ICE doesn't even have the jurisdiction to like interact with citizens in general. If I'm not mistaken. Unless they suspect you to be someone who's not a citizen. But I mean, the burden for that's kind of historically has been a lot higher than what we're seeing right now. Let's see here. Oh, there's a lot of reading. That's because they're being told to act like a paramilitary. And yes, it is. I'm sorry. It does piss me off too, man. It does really. When I watched that Alex Preddy video, I like got physically fucking like upset. It was that was not a good video for me to watch. I'm fairly certain they literally can't even interact with the public unless they think that they're a non-citizen. Yeah, so they can't investigate, arrest for state crimes. Okay? And what that means is if you're like bothering them, that's not enough, okay? Let's check. Mont Blanc Red, it's not gonna make one. Here we go. Why don't we just check this one? It is sad. California usually never gets those because the polar vortex like fixes itself right before it hits us. But right now it's like 70 something. Perfect weather. Perfect weather. So let's see. Powers without a warrant. An officer or employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the Attorney General shall have power without a warrant to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right or to be remain in the United States, to arrest any alien. Okay. So if you're an alien, within a reasonable distance from the external boundary of the United States, to board and search for aliens, any vessel, aliens, to make arrests for felonies which have been committed and which are cognizable under any law, felonies, not state laws, in the removal of aliens. If he has reason to believe that the person so arrested is guilty of such a felony, then he can arrest the person or detain them. Okay. Any offense against the United States, pretty hard to do for that one. For any felony recognizably. Okay. So, Alex Preddy, what kind of crimes do you think would happen at protests, by the way? Let's see. Common crimes given to protesters. I'm not interested. Fuck you. Do you think they're all going to be felonies, or do you think they're all going to be misdemeanors? I don't know. ICE can only arrest you if it's a felony, only detain you if it's a felony, or if they suspect you to be an illegal immigrant. Okay? So if someone commits a felony, then ICE can act on behalf of the fact that it's a felony. But I don't think that would be a felony, no. You think kicking a car is a felony? I mean, that would just be vandalizing, right? I don't think those are the main ones, though, right? I don't think everyone gets assault. I think it'd probably be disorderly conduct, be one of the main ones, right? This is a misdemeanor. Blocking a public access way, I think, is the other one. So if you obstruct a public access way, this is also a misdemeanor. Okay. And then protest charges. Let's just see. Common list. Damage to government property. Vandalism. If you like spray graffiti on the side of a road, then yeah, you're gonna get vandalism, but that's government property as well. Yeah. I think you did for it to actually be like a felony vandalism. Okay. Versus misdemeanor. If it's over $400. So in that moment, ICE could probably try and detain someone. Okay. If they kick the police light, which I'm assuming you're talking about Alex Preddy's or like earlier interaction. Whenever they start interacting with citizens, like they're the law enforcement. If citizens are out there protesting, then they're not committing any felonies. And they're not obstructing investigations. I'm sorry. And personally, I'm not of the opinion that like the denial of a government function is perfect. Just because the government says that they are doing a government function doesn't mean that they're doing it lawfully. And I personally, I don't care. But If they really wanted to go about this correctly, what they would do is ask local law enforcement to do their job, and then they could, once local law enforcement disperses everyone, which they have the authority to do, then ICE could go out and try and do what they're doing. So you would probably need to wait if you're an ICE, but they don't think they need to. What are you talking about if ICE is arresting someone? What are you talking about? Protesting is legal, but there are instances in which a protest can be dispersed. ICE was not arresting that woman. What are you talking about? And then ICE has no legal authority to arrest that woman. Okay. If I remember correctly, I'm not going to pull up the video, Bogos. I don't think we need to go through it frame by frame. This is what I'm talking about. Xrox already mentioned this. This is a waste of time. ICE doesn't have the authority to go over and arrest either of them unless they think they're illegal immigrants, dude. That's the fact. So what are you not understanding here? Did they physically attack ICE and commit a felony before the agent walked over and shoved the woman? Which, by the way, if you're going to arrest someone, why would you shove them? Did Preddy do that before the ICE agent came over and pushed this woman? Or after? Just so we get our timelines right. Before or after? You don't think it matters when some law enforcement officer who doesn't have the jurisdiction to come over and shove you? Like, pretextually, you understand where this is going, right? I mean, there was a struggle, man, but to me, it seemed like he was kind of covering the woman from being pepper sprayed. But I don't remember Alex Preddy crossing the street to try and push the guy or the woman. How come the woman was not arrested after they shot Preddy? Wouldn't that be an important part of what you're saying, Bogus? I'm just going to assume, let's just for the sake of fun, assume that what you just said is true. Now, why is this officer? What is the legal jurisdiction or legal authority for him to come over? I'm just going to accept that what you said is true. He attacked the officer or something. What is the legal jurisdiction or authority that this ICE officer has to go over and shove this woman and Preddy? I know he did not attack him, but let's just, for the sake of this argument, guys, because even if he did technically like push back and fight back, it's irrelevant. Even if Bogos thinks it is relevant. So wait, how do you have such a strong opinion without any context? Don't you think it's relevant to know why someone is defending themselves? Again, we're just assuming that Alex did actually attack them. Ooh, that's a statement I disagree with completely. Also, they're not just cops. Regular law enforcement in the city has the jurisdiction to detain people in that manner you're describing. But a regular LEO would not come over and shove the woman if they were trying to arrest her and pepper spray her? Would they? That was a week earlier, Bogos. Completely irrelevant to this situation. And if you want to play that game, I mean, he could have technically been charged with felony vandalism if that light was over $400. ICE did not decide to continue or arrest him there. So none of that is relevant, but they could have done it then. They didn't. We're talking about a different day and a different situation where he was murdered. Okay, so they were across the street, Bogos. It was like 2 of them, 4 total people. It's not even like a crowd. And the ICE officer walks across an entire street, 2-lane road, comes up to her and shoves her. It doesn't matter what she did, Bogos. The ICE agent doesn't have jurisdiction to just go over and shove someone, even if they're saying nasty things. He just walked over and fucking shoved her, dude. And also, if she did throw something at them, okay, like when they were driving, he wouldn't just shove her. He would say, you're being arrested for like vandalism or assault with a weapon. Maybe if it was a rock at her car, that's a felony. Well, you're just assuming that they threw some shit at them. If it's like a rock when they're driving down the road, an ICE officer could probably get out of the car, arrest you for assault with a deadly weapon. Yeah, but that's not what happened, is it? They executed someone in the street, Bogos. I'm not sure why you have this like devotion to them right now. I don't really get it. There's no reason. I mean, as someone who I thought you were a little more libertarian, I feel like this should be a scary moment. That's not initiating force. If it's a snowball, Bogos, that's completely different than throwing like a rock at a car. This is giving me really, she was asking for it, rape vibes for a girl. So I'm not. There's no way to actually like continue this conversation now, is there? Yes, yeah. I mean, just very extreme lack of training. I mean, just someone yelling gun randomly when you can clearly see the officer disarm him. The officer who sees the other guy disarm him. I mean, I guess he's just so trigger happy that like when he sees a gun on the dude that they're arresting, even though it's being disarmed, he just decides to shoot. There's so many things wrong, but the premise of why ICE even escalated this situation is just fundamentally broken. Bogos, it's not that I'm assuming it was done for no reason. Maybe she was yelling nasty things at him. Maybe she was recording them. Maybe she said, fuck you, ICE. But that doesn't really mean that he can walk up and just shove her. And my questions about why ICE is doing the things they're doing, they're kind of murdering people in the streets of our country right now. So I don't really. Yeah, and maybe they snap after it, but what does that really say about what they're doing there? Remember, Bogos, do you know how many illegal immigrants are even in Minnesota? Well, I mean, at least that's good. He wasn't at a protest. And the one you're talking about was a week prior. Logos, that's not a good argument. It's also pathetic. Come on. No, it's the same guy. It's just a week earlier, and it's a completely different scenario. and ICE could have arrested him for kicking the light, as we can clearly see, off of that car. Because if you commit a felony in front of ICE, ICE can detain you and arrest you. But there was no felony committed or any indication that ICE was trying to detain either of them, the woman or him, for being illegal immigrants. They have no jurisdiction. What do you mean physically attacked? Dude, it's completely legal to carry a gun in Minnesota. Local law enforcement arrest people all the time in Minnesota when they do illegal things and they don't get shot, bro. Can you imagine that? And they had no right to go over there and shove them and essentially start a street fight. I personally don't think it's a good idea to go to a protest with a gun, but I'm also someone who recognizes that it's not really my opinion that matters here. I mean, the Second Amendment is clear, and Minnesota is very clear on this. It is legal in that state, so it doesn't matter what I think. I would act the same way. I don't know, man. I mean, you hear me all day. I'm pretty vocal against the Trump administration, and I don't know how I would have acted in that situation. If an ICE officer came up next to me at a protest and started randomly pushing, or it wasn't even a protest. There was like 5 people there. He was just walking down the road, apparently. He was at a protest a week earlier, but let's just keep that, in the back of our heads. No one is normalizing attacking cops. This guy seemed like he was devoted to this country as well as law enforcement in general, and worked at a veterans hospital. I don't know how you can assume that Alex Preddy just like hated cops. I have a hard time thinking that Alex Preddy was even like a leftist. Okay, I have a feeling that the man was like a kind of conservative constitutionalist. That's just my guess. Sure, maybe he was. I don't know. I don't know how you can assume the guy's thoughts on police officers. And again, law enforcement is not a noun, man. Law enforcement is an action. Okay? It's really easy to say, stop hurting law enforcement, stop, endorsing, normalizing, attacking cops. These guys are acting and functioning illegally. So it's not the normalization of like attacking law enforcement. Okay? They're hardly law enforcement right now. He didn't attack cops. He attacked ICE agents' vehicles. He kicked the rear light on an Escalade. And Bogos, at that moment, they could have arrested him and given him a felony vandalism charge. They did not do that. So they didn't arrest him that day, though, Bogos. So I know spitting on someone is assault. It's misdemeanor assault. So ICE cannot arrest him in that situation. They could probably, though, get him arrested via local law enforcement. Logos can be an antagonist, okay? I mean, you are misrepresenting things. It's just, I want it to be clear again. Like, if you are a regular citizen, Bogos, ICE is not supposed to interact with you, okay? That is just a fact. You have to commit a felony, okay? or commit an offense against the United States, a felony. Still be. Ah! Wait, you can commit a crime and not be justified in killing? It's not a crime to defend yourself against illegal actions by the government, dude. I mean, do you think that just because the government does something, it can never be, illegal? Logos? He didn't initiate the assault. So again, do you think just because the government does it, it's always going to be legal? I asked you a simple yes or no question. If the government does something, is it always legal? We're going to do the game again, Bogos. Oh. Yeah, murder fetish. The murder fetish. Bogos, again, the question. If the government does something, is it always justified, legal? Because I'm trying to now pin him down on some very impossible, fucking like a paradox here, because I know for a fact he will say, no, the government is not always right. Right? So, Bogos, is the government always just and acts illegally whenever it does anything? Yes or no? But Bogos is aware of this, so what he does is he deflects. He doesn't like yes or no's. He likes to give me a red herring. He likes to run away from whatever I'm saying. I didn't ask whether or not it was Justin shooting him. I asked just in general. Okay, we're doing a syllogism now. We're going to make an inductive argument. Okay, and we're going to see if the premises are true. Okay, because then we have to go through the premises. So, is law enforcement or the government always just and legal whenever they do an action? Yes or no? Do you agree with that statement or do you disagree? Don't make me bring up the Bogos timer. He's not gonna answer. Fuck me. All right, let me watch Haley's thing.
One of the best ways to drain people's energy nowadays is via the internet. This woman is a astrophysicist. Actually,
the moon is fake.
this is not how space works. read a book. These are all different accounts that I have set up. The energy you get this way isn't quite as pure, but if you do enough of it, it'll fill you up. Shanghai sucked. Where was
Yeah.
the Chinatown?
It's surprisingly
Birdbanes,
simple.
before you jam out here, I'm going to post this again. If you do want to read, on how the election, I think, is going to be taken over by Trump. And thank you for watching, by the way, again. This right here is a good thing to read, okay? I think it details exactly what they want to do. I'm not sure how they're going to go about doing this, but to me, it looks frightening.
To get total strangers completely furious with you.
They should get a life. When they call you a dumbass, you know you've got them. They called me a dumbass. There's some kind of human nerd who is telling people to ignore me. I mean, he's getting my accounts suspended left and right. This will not stand. I mean, he's stealing my food now.
Why is this such a good coloring in video?
He just told people that I live in my mother's basement. Actually,
Logos? What's the answer? You live in your mother's
I live in my own basement. Dumbass. Fire.
Fire. What was that freaking thumbnail?
Dumbass. Fire.
Oh my.
Oh no, he
I'm not okay with normalizing attacking police officers, Bogos. You already know that. You've been watching me for long enough to know that that's not remotely close to my opinion. But I'm also someone who doesn't think that the state can do no wrong. Right now, ICE is acting on behalf of Trump as a paramilitary arm. It's executing U.S. citizens in the streets beyond a reasonable, a fucking remotely reasonable way, okay? And someone who's familiar with how ICE works in this country knows that they're not supposed to be acting this way jurisdictionally. So it's not that I'm normalizing attacking police officers. These guys are not police officers in the same way that like your local police officer or your sheriff is. They are here to do a job, and the job is immigration enforcement, and it must protect and respect the Constitution. They're not doing that. So I know you're Canadian. It might be hard to understand this, but ICE is breaking the very fabric of the Constitution and something that I respect at the moment. So with all that in mind, it's a little reductionist and a little stupid to think that I'm just normalizing the idea of attacking cops. Okay? Just make sure that's no.
They're now scouting it out and picking their locations, and they'll be bringing back tremendous wealth for Venezuela and for the United States, and the oil companies will do fine too. Venezuela will
that's
actually
really
make for themselves more money than they've ever made before.
Oh.
And that's a good thing. And the people of Venezuela were literally in the streets waving American flags. They were so happy. And the people in our country, like in the Doral section of Miami, which is considered little Venezuela, they're thrilled.
It's kind of bright.
And I just spoke to the president of Venezuela, informed her that
that coloring in that last video, Haley, was fucking on point. Whoever did that little short, beautiful, beautiful color space.
we're going to be opening up all.
Now we have what seems to me is the reverse Tarantino going on here, where we have 65 HMIs on the roof right now. That's making everyone look super fucking blasted.
All commercial airspace
This guy's got 3 eyes.
over Venezuela. American citizens will be very shortly able to go
I wonder if we can see him shake by the end of this meeting.
to Venezuela, and they'll be safe there. They'll be safe. It's under very strong
Sorry, I
control.
didn't notice your comment
And
got up.
people of formerly of Venezuela, some want to go back, and some want to go back to visit, and they're going to be able to do that. So
I highly doubt anyone wants to go back to Venezuela right now. There is definitely a power vacuum there.
I've instructed Sean Duffy
Fucking relax, bro.
and everybody else concerned, including the military, that if you would, by the end of today, I'd like you to have the airspace over Venezuela.
These are some new guests of mine, Bogos. I need you to behave, okay? All right? Behave yourself.
Planes can go to Venezuela opened up. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the people in Venezuela for what they went through, and I want to thank the leadership for really the.
I just bombed the shit out of you, your capital city. I want to thank all of the people of Venezuela for staying asleep throughout the bombs. Remembering that it wasn't you I was trying to kill, even if you were kind of close to the people I was trying to kill.
Doing a good job. And
Well,
just
this is
as
a
I
good try.
promised, we've defeated the Biden
Unless it's trans topics, then Bogos is the worst troll and he sucks ass.
inflation nightmare and achieved explosive new economic growth. The Atlanta Fed is predicting.
Yeah, so I keep pausing, guys, but just like I just want everyone to know, because he lies so often that this stuff gets like lost a little. Okay, consumer price index is very easy to look up. Doesn't take a lot of time. Okay. Has inflation gone down, my friends? No. Inflation is rising pretty steadily. Right now it's at 2.7 over the last 12 months. It would be considerably higher if it weren't for a few random months where gasoline seemed to just plummet. And if you're curious why that is, okay, it has to do with Saudi Arabia conveniently dumping a metric fuck ton of oil into the market in some random months. One of them being right before Trump did that $600 billion deal with them. So if you are curious why gasoline seems to be like randomly going so far down all of a sudden, that's why. The April one was like -8. Okay. Of the totalitarian empire. So yeah, inflation is most definitely not going down. It's going up quite considerably.
And
This is a lot. This is a lot in a 12-month period. Especially food away from home, food at home is not good.
Founding 5.4% GDP growth in the fourth quarter.
Is that even true? I don't know. Let's check. GDP growth. What type of GDP growth is he talking about? I don't know. Let's see. Also, fourth quarter is Christmas. Usually there's going to be a kind of large increase around that time. Real GDP, though, doesn't look like it's doing that good. Is he using just GDP in general? Let's check. What do we got going on here? Smaller so you guys can see it better. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. These are price changes. Compared to the second quarter, increase in real GDP in third quarter reflected increase in consumer spending. Do we even have fourth quarter yet? Is that a thing yet? Wait, I don't even think fourth quarter has happened yet. One sec. October, oh, we might have it. It might be here right now. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Q4. I don't think we have it even out yet. No, he said for the fourth quarter. I don't think they've released it yet. This was January 22nd, third quarter. We haven't even released the fourth quarter yet. So just fucking bro. The data for the fourth quarter is great. Coming soon to a Bureau of Economic Analysis to you.
And that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown.
We said 5.4? He said 5.4. Increase in real GDP in the third quarter reflected a increase of 5.3 in real value added. Okay. And then annual rate at 4.4 for real gross domestic product. We don't even have the fourth quarter yet. There's no way it's 5.4.
We would have had, that number would have been 7%, which is a number nobody's ever heard of. And we've been given
Yes, because it doesn't exist.
great national security because of tariffs. And we've also been given unprecedented income because of tariffs.
No, we haven't. We've gotten about 200 billion last fiscal year, entire fiscal year. That is like 5% of individual income revenue. It's not even close to being unprecedented. In fact, it's quite unprecedented how stupidly low it is.
Part of the income that we gave, $12 billion, we gave to the farmers of our country so that...
He said this before. I don't know what this means either. 12 billion farmer bailout, because that's all it would be. It's a bailout. Okay. Who's this going to? The Farmer Bridge Assistance Program? Oh, I didn't even know we spent $12 billion on a bailout that we don't have. Because Trump fucked these farmers with his tariffs. Okay. Is that the one of many? That's a lot of money.
Yesterday I was up in Iowa, and they were very happy, Madam Secretary. Yes, sir. They were very, very...
I bet they were when, you completely fucked them and then you came back with like a government subsidy program to welfare system right after you cut their SNAP benefits. So almost canceling out the fact that they saved money.
happy. They were great. So the GDP growth in the fourth quarter was great. And it's going to be...
Not even out yet.
I think we're going to have an amazing and incredible year. Hopefully we won't have a shutdown. We're working on that right now. I think we're getting close. The Democrats, I don't believe, want to see it either.
Yeah, no, they don't.
So we'll
My internet? My bit rate is stable. So I think it's you, Dennis. Fuck.
work in a very bipartisan way. I believe not to have a shutdown. We don't want a shutdown. And just yesterday, the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for
Write
the
down
first
Trump's
time
financials.
ever. There's never been any time at which it's done like that. And the other stocks also, I think it was 52 times for the Dow, had hit a record high. But the 7,000 was not a number that was even thinkable if you go back a year ago.
It was thinkable, but we are all sitting here wondering, why has the public sector, or sorry, the private sector and the markets in general just not realized yet that this is not going to end well? All of the money that's being invested right now is in like 7 companies, all AI, because no one knows where to invest money right now, which is not a good thing. It's just our deficit is also exploding again, which normally a president doesn't actually, even remotely interact with that in his first year. But Trump somehow found a way by doing illegal tariff shit. But I feel like this whole video so far can be. I need to skip him, but like summed up for this type of stuff. Okay, we have the economy. All right, the economy. Big league. Done. And then we have beautiful big military men. Can't write like this is hard. Huge. Right? Huge. Fuck. Huge. And then we have what else we got in this financial? The Dow. That's all he knows how to say. The Dow. Very high. Inflation. Never heard of her. Right. Oh, shut up. Okay, he's saying so many things that are like, I just saw so many numbers that I know I'm gonna have to. I don't want to pause because I'm gonna have to. My brain is like, I'm gonna have to go check. You know, I don't want to do that to myself. He's hitting the greatest hits. Like, have you ever gotten to the car with a grandparent or like someone's dad, and they like, hit the radio on or like their CD thing, and they're like, "You guys ever heard this?" And you're like, "Yes, dude. This is the greatest hits of the Doors or NSYNC probably for this guy." And you're like, "I've heard this every single fucking time that we've ever been in this car." And you ask me the same question every time. Have I heard of the greatest hits by NSYNC? Yes, you motherfucker. Can you please buy a new CD?
I think it's very good. I think it's
I'm
very important. You have
not
no
okay
tax
with
on
listening to
overtime,
NSYNC
no
yet.
tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, but you also have, you're getting an into, this is the first time this
Social Security is a tax, bro.
ever happened. If you buy a car, you go out and borrow money, you get an interest deduction. You take the
What do you mean an interest deduction? You mean just a lower rate?
interest rate, the interest that you're paying on the loan, you're able to deduct it for income tax purposes.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. You already can, I think, do this depending on how you classify the loan. What the fuck?
So that's a first ever, and I think it's going to be great for everybody,
For what?
including the car companies. I was in
You mean it'd probably be great for the dudes who buy really expensive cars like a Huayra that's $3.5 million so they can continue to write off the car
Detroit
and its interest now.
3 weeks ago. I went to the Ford factory, spoke to the General Motors people. It's all the same.
Those are different companies.
They're doing better than they've
They're definitely not the same. Ford is doing far better than GM, you fucking idiot.
ever done. The factory I went to,
Oh my God.
it was like a World War I, earlier than World War I factory opened up. One of the oldest buildings, but one of the biggest. And Ford was getting ready to close it a couple of years ago, and then they saw that I was doing well, and it looked like I would have a good chance of.
Yeah. Ford magically was like, all of the money we don't have. Trump's now president. Let's completely waste it all on this worthless factory that we know is not going to make any money because your golden hair completely reinvigorated my, just fucking immaculate need to spend and waste money for no reason. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I know you're going to bail us out probably.
Winning, and they kept it going, barely going. And last week they announced, during my visit, they announced that they're going to round the clock. Round the clock production. They never thought it was. I said, did you ever think? I spoke with Bill Ford and the president of Ford. They were both there, and they said, we can't even believe it. We were going to close this building 2 years ago, and now it's going round the clock. He said, we cannot. I mean, they would.
Where was this factory? he even say? Let's see if something's correct about this. 2024? I don't know. Dearborn? I don't know. Maybe he's talking about this one. So, Kansas City Assembly Plant in Clay Como, Missouri. That's not a real place. Was down from January 25th through February 1st. Production has resumed after being paused temporarily because of supplier parts concerns. Okay. Is that what he's talking about?
They said we wish it was twice the size, but they're now building additional plants in the United States, as is everybody else.
Everybody else.
You have AI building, but the car companies, I love the car
You
companies.
have AI building? That little fucking tidbit, bro. Did he just accidentally give the game away? Is anyone even gonna like get jobs from this? What good is a factory? I mean, we already know that factories coming back are not just going to magically make blue collar jobs happen again, but like
Companies, and you have them. They're
AI buildings.
all coming back. They're coming back from Mexico. They're coming back from Canada. They're coming back from Japan. And they come.
I don't. Is there even a factory in Japan for Ford? Imports. Yeah, they import. There is no Ford. Does he mean like Japanese companies in Japan coming back? That wouldn't be coming back. They're Japanese. That would be, them coming to, not back. Ford Mustang.
From Germany all over Europe. They're coming back. They're building here because
Ford Mustang. 351 Basu.
they want to avoid the tariffs. They don't want to pay the 15%, in some cases 25% tariff. Could be a lot higher than that if it wasn't working.
Someone else, please talk. Jesus
Steve,
Christ.
go ahead, please.
So yesterday they reported for the first time in 26 years, the United States of America produced more steel than Japan. And that is entirely driven.
Does these people know how small Japan is? Japan. Oh my God. Wow, good job, guys, good job. Oh my God, Japan. Why is it doing this? Japan? You mean Japan? Wait, let's explore. I think someone needs a lesson in geography. Where's Japan again? Oh, there it is. Okay. We're not even close to producing more steel than China. If that's what he meant to say, bro, that's even worse, Dennis. That is, he needs to be fucking, you know what needs to happen? He needs to be literally shoved by an ICE agent and systematically assassinated on the street corner for attacking my mind, which is a felony. Okay? Because there's no way that is even remotely should ever be said. Japan, though, very tiny. Okay, let's just look up steel. Okay, production in metric tons. Japan. They may be close to us. Actually, I'm not sure. But it's not like that's really a country that's, should really. Whoa. Japan's iron and steel exports amounted. Let's see. I don't want exports. I want fucking just production. Oh, this must be what they're reading. This is what they're reading. 100%. U.S. surpasses Japan in steel production. U.S. steel output reached 82 million metric tons, overtaking Japan's 80 million. Okay. Yeah, so like this is China here, okay? 1.8494 billion tons. There's no way this dude meant. But let's see here. What is ROIC, by the way? ROIC. AI Press? Not so sure about this anymore. I'm probably gonna have to check every fucking. It means that this whole entire thing is AI. Steel production. We're barely producing a little bit more steel. It looks like Japan is shifting. They've been slowly declining for a while. We have China and India still being China and India, so yep. Where is US steel production capacity 2025? Do we have any charts for this? The week ending January 24th, 2026, domestic raw steel production was 1,778,000 net tons, while the capability utilization rate was 76.9. Okay. So that is, if I'm not mistaken, lower than normal. Give me a second, though, to figure that out. Probably make this a little taller. Here we go. Industry capacity. It is lower than normal. Consumption. Countervailing. Blah, 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 blah. Productivity. Here we go. Employment still going down. So even if we are making steel plants or making more steel, it doesn't look like it's translating to jobs. Productivity, metric tons per employee is going up though. Plenty of that. I think this one is what we'll look at as well. This is the same thing, yeah. I mean, I'm not really stoked on what they're trying to say here, simply because it just doesn't translate to reality and what they think is happening. Okay. I'm gonna download this. Oh my god. Is there a download button? Is there not a download button? What are you? Export data. PDF. Thank you. Fake news. 75.9% is a little bit lower than normal. Last time I checked. Go back to our thing.
by your tariffs.
Now think of it.
I have to finish this
He
hour and
obviously said
30-minute
that
long
much better
video,
than
bro.
I
I'm
did,
sorry.
'cause I got no applause and I'm giving you.
Don't you understand?
I'm giving you home run after home run. He says one thing and everybody else. I should have saved that one for myself. No, but think of it. First time in they read.
Why is he
read
talking again?
almost 30 years, but I
Why is he talking again?
guess it's what production away from us. Japan and other are now producing more steel than Japan. Japan being a big steel producer. Japan and other countries really took our steel production away from us.
How the fuck does that happen? What? How? Did Japan come in and stop us from producing steel, or what?
Now, if you think of this, 3-4 years ago, the steel companies were all closing up. We worked a fantastic.
Yes, because your fucking stupid tariffs in the first term, like, absolutely murdered our steel production. You idiot, dude.
Fantastic deal with U.S. Steel. We saved U.S. Steel, and now it's all coming about. But
No, if you really want to know what having our steel industry taken away from us looks like, it is letting a foreign company from a foreign country, notably Japan, come in and do a merger in which they supply their own iron to avoid paying tariffs, to then flood our steel market with Japanese iron, and now it looks like to be a Japanese company with no new jobs added. I don't know, man. If that doesn't sound like another country coming in to plunder the United States steel industry, I don't know what is.
and that's just the beginning. There are a lot of steel plants right now being built. So it's that's an amazing.
There are not a lot of steel plants being built, not by Americans. There's one by Hyundai in Louisiana, which is that an American name? Hyundai is a South Korean company, which is also going to import its own ore and not pay any tariffs because of it, because they're building a plant here. And they're going to, I think, produce 20% of our total steel output. A foreign country. Just the cognitive dissonance between what he said a few minutes ago and what he's saying now. Hyundai is a South Korean company. Honda is a Japanese company, but Hyundai is South Korean. And South Korea is one of the largest steel importers in the world as well. Because in the 70s, the South Korean government were like, hey, military guy, we need a steel. They were like planned economy, right? And it actually worked in their case. They were like, military guy, you're going to be the CEO of a steel company. And he's like, I don't know, but I'll do it. And he essentially grew it to be one of the largest steel companies in the entire world. And get this, South Korea doesn't have any steel precursors. They don't have anything to make steel. So he somehow made one of the largest steel production and export companies on the entire planet without even the ability to make steel. Just some military dude. But it is South Korea. It's not fucking the U.S.
It's an amazing number. Nobody would have believed that. If you would have said that 3, 4, 5 years ago, people would have said, "Yeah, it's not a true fact." But so it has to be true, because otherwise you question me on everything.
What did he say?
Have to be 5 years ago, people would have said, "Yeah, it's not a true fact." But so it has to be true, because otherwise you question me on everything.
The mask just slip or what?
To be extremely accurate. I don't exaggerate it. I don't want to exaggerate because you will
Yep. Not going to exaggerate anything. Just like my rally sizes.
call me. Steel. We saved U.S. Steel. And now it's all coming about. But we're, and that's just the beginning. It's an amazing number. Nobody would have believed that. If you would have said that 3, 4, 5 years ago, people would have said, yeah, it's not a true fact. But so it has to be true because otherwise you question me. You question me on everything. I have to be extremely accurate. I don't exaggerate it.
God damn. This is important, book. Is it boring? I know it's boring, but oh god.
I'm Korean. Oh, Korean. Hi. Hi. I'm Korean. Oh, Korean.
Well, she is just randomly videoing people. Why is this woman being randomly videotaping people?
Hi.
Why is she just randomly like videotaping this girl? Oh my god.
I don't want to exaggerate because you will call me. You don't call other people, but you would call me under my most favored nation spot, which I think is the most important thing, Bobby, of all what we've done, because we're bringing drug prices down by 80, 90%, depending on the way. You could say 5, 6, 7, 800%. Depends on the way you want to calculate it, right? But let's go the old-fashioned way. But drug prices for prescription drugs will be down 80, 90%,
Not very far, so I need,
68%.
I need to stop pausing.
They've only gone up.
Please help.
Years and years and years, they've only gone up, and now we're going to have essentially the most favored nation. We're going to have the most favored price in the whole world. Whatever the lowest price in the world is, that's what we're going to pay. And I don't want to go into
Dennis, shut the fuck up.
a big deal, but nobody else could have gotten this but this administration. I'm being very nice when I say that. The cost of prescription drugs is coming down by a number that was never even thought of. This will have a huge impact on healthcare, by the way, because obviously drugs are a big part of healthcare, and it will help repair some of the Unaffordable Care Act's damage that they've done, because the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, it's unaffordable.
That was clever. Clever.
It's not affordable, and it's a disaster. And hopefully we will be paying money directly to the people instead of giving the insurance companies the money. They'll go into a healthcare savings account or whatever it is. But think of it, we pay the money, billions and billions, really trillions of dollars going to insurance companies. We want that
Trump? Good. Continue.
money to go to the people. They buy their own health care. And,
Oh.
and it's so popular.
Okay, yep. We want the money to go to the people so we can then spend it directly to the insurance providers. Got it. So we're going to do what we did to the education system. So healthcare providers know that you give money to the people to then give to them, and then they'll just charge whatever they need to or whatever they want to, and the government will just guarantee the money.
problem we have
Oh, how could this go wrong?
is the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies. They're literally owned lock, stock, and
Both of you are you fucking losers.
barrel by the insurance companies, and they hate it. But the people love it, including all Democrats. So I think we'll perhaps be successful with it. But it was an idea I had. You know, I read the papers, and I'm reading one of the stories about the insurance companies, how much money they're making, where they received, billions and billions of
Your DOJ is trying to get a death penalty for the dude who thought the same, I think.
dollars for this stuff
Yeah,
from
I did.
the United States of
I got the
America,
equalizer.
and their stock has gone up by 1,400%. Think of it, 1,400. One went up 1,700%. Numbers went up. If you go up 1,000%, you're doing bad in that business, right? And it's all because of the money. Not all, but mostly because of the money the United States pays the insurance companies. They say, this is big stuff. And I asked somebody, why don't we just pay the people directly? And they said, that's a good idea. You know, it's funny, it's a very complicated business, but actually, it's not so complicated. And I went to Bobby. And
If you pay the people directly, then you just have to understand the insurance companies aren't stupid. They're going to be like, oh, you're giving money directly to them. So everyone is guaranteed this money. Ergo, we can raise prices. Just like the education system and tuition did. Imagine, my entire life I've lived on this fucking planet. I majored in economics, econometrics, spent a lot of time trying to understand economics. And the very thing that these dudes literally bitch and complain about all the time, no fucking handouts. We don't want to like accidentally create a capture, okay, by a government agency. They're just like fucking retarded when it comes to, you know, stopping a capture by a private one. Where, because, you know, just because you give money directly to people and think they have like this agency, there's only so many places you can go to get healthcare. And it's inelastic. It's not like people can simply just go, I think I'm going to forgo this triple bypass. So it's going to go right back to the insurance companies. And you know what they're going to think? So now we don't have to wait for the government to increase subsidies to us. We don't even have to fucking care about making a claim for it or making an argument for it. We just raise the prices. It's just, and the government's going to go, well, we're going to tie it to the CPI, right? Government's going to tie it to CPI like they do Social Security and everything else. And when insurance companies raise prices, it's going to increase the basket for how much people get for healthcare every year. Ergo, we've now created a self-fulfilling prophecy of constant increase in costs. I
went to Dr. Oz. I said, can I talk to you guys about this?
You went to Dr. Oz, a used to be extremely talented heart surgeon, okay, who came up with a very profound and honestly remarkable product, and he's pretty renowned for what he did way back in the day, Energy. And now he's turned into a supplement salesman who, even with all of this, okay, doesn't mean he can write laws on behalf of healthcare. Probably want to talk to someone better than fucking Dr. Oz. I'm not sure, man.
Is this the kind of money the insurance companies get? Yes. Why don't we pay the people directly? And
Oh my God, I swear to God, if we do this, it's like he thinks that insurance companies are stupid. Like they just, wait, we can't see how much money they're getting. He's fucked us. It's like, are you stupid? Are you stupid?
primary answer was that the Democrats will never go along with it.
I sure hope they don't. I sure hope we
But
don't.
the people go along with it because I put it out. It went viral. It went viral.
I don't care. The people are not a good representation of any economic reality outside of just the conditions in which they live and the experiences they have. And, yeah, there's plenty of people who think this is a good idea. You know, vouchers for schools and blah, blah. But make no mistake, if you just give the money directly to the people, in this case, you're going to just increase cost because you've now made another middleman. And the private companies here are not stupid. They know exactly how much people are getting. They know exactly how much to charge more now. It's like, you know, the Trump's Greenland plan. If you gave everyone in Greenland $100,000, everyone in Greenland $100,000, what do you think would happen to everything in Greenland? You know, it's just like Econ 101. Like, everything in Greenland would just go up by a lot. All the real estate, I mean, everyone's going to be like, I'm going to try and buy a home. It's just, you think school's choice is supported by Piaget's research into cognitive development? Okay, so do you have an economic argument for that, though, Energy? I don't think cognitive development is going to help us with the economics of this. Because the way school's choice works is essentially the tuition system we have when it comes to loans. So the reason tuition is expensive in this country, energy, is because we decided to directly give the money to students instead of just spend money on the schools. And we made it guaranteed. It doesn't accommodate the costs, though. That's the problem I'm trying to tell you, energy. Okay, so school's choice, when you look at it in the modern world, is going to give you skewed outcomes because your control is just people who already can afford it and are rich enough to go to nice private schools. Okay? But whatever you're talking about right now, if this guy could make an experiment, hopefully there is one, unless you can tell me otherwise, that includes probably a more expansive control of public schools included. Because right now, if we're doing any research on private schools and whatever school's choice allows the same people who already can afford private schools, you're going to get skewed outcomes. I'm sure their learning experiences look great. Now, the reason tuition is so high in the U.S. is because we decided to give the money to students. Because an 18-year-old out of high school can go to the government and get a guaranteed loan and then go to school, right? Sounds cool on paper. No, it's not. Teachers are underpaid. Administrative staff is overpaid. I know we already went over this. I know you showed me some school in California where it was like the richest zip code in the entire country. Shut up, Bogos. Obviously, it's going to be an expensive area, and the school teachers are going to be paid a lot. Just supply and demand in that realm. But the reason it's really expensive is because schools just got smart. Schools went, wait a minute. If the government's just going to give unlimited money or guaranteed money, it's not unlimited, but no one's saying, hey, are you going to be able to pay this back? It's just guaranteed, right? Schools went, what's the difference between $1,500 now and $1,700 next year? Huh? Hell, he's on Bogus. What the fuck are you talking? Oh my god! Holy, that was loud. So this will have the same outcome because if you just give everyone healthcare money, the insurance companies are just going to, because it's tied to CPI, as in every year the insurance companies are going to raise prices, CPI is going to go up, which in the benefits of what you get out of the government are going to go up. And then now all of a sudden we've created this self-fulfilling prophecy of cost increasing. You understand what I'm saying? This doesn't happen if the government just spends money and regulates how the money is spent directly into the institution that it wants to like impact. Being a teacher is really difficult, Bogos, whether it's in kindergarten or preschool. It's not that the material they're teaching is hard, Bogos. It's that being a teacher is really important. If you can think back some of the most important things in your life, I guarantee you, Bogos, even you, Bogos, even Mr. Devil's Advocate, even Mr. Perfectly portrayed bald man in Haley's video. I guarantee you probably remember a teacher who you really enjoyed. That's why teachers are important. Okay?
Susie, I went all over the place. It became the biggest story. I just said it. And so I think we have a great situation if we could do it. But if you think most favored nation policy for drugs will bring your drug prices down at levels. So now if they're selling a pill for $10 in London and $130 in New York.
Okay, are we going to price fix? I know you did. Are we going to price fix now? What's going on?
the London price will go up to $20, and we'll go down to $20. So we'll go from
I don't know, man. I think
130
she beat you
down
to
to
it.
20. And by the way, tariffs did it again because the drug company said, we'll do it begrudgingly, but they were okay.
Yeah, man. The drug companies went, we have no other option. I don't know, man. He's got us back to do a corner.
But we'll do it, but no nation's going to approve it because even if you raise the price by, like on a pill, $10 to $20, you're doubling the price of their prescription drugs. I said, no, they'll do it. And when I got them on the phone, I said, if you don't
Yeah.
do it, we're going to charge you.
So Haley, do you think Alex Preddy shouldn't have assaulted those?
Very substantial tariffs, more money than that's going to cost you. And they said, we'll do it. And
How dare you?
before, I don't know that
How
any
dare
other
you protect a
president
woman?
tried to do it. We can't find
Who's
it.
next to you?
But if they did try, they wouldn't have
Unbelievable.
gotten through the companies. They wouldn't have gotten through the company, and then they wouldn't have gotten through the
Unbelievable.
country. I spoke with
Unbelievable.
Macron. He was the first one. He was not at that time wearing sunglasses. And he
I don't remember Macron being a pharmaceutical executive, but
he said, no, Donald, I will not do this. I will not. I won't even consider, you're asking me to double the price. I said, you have no choice. You have to do it.
Macron is not a pharmaceutical executive and doesn't control any of what you're talking about. This is a funny joke, I guess. What?
Because you guys have been ripping us off. In other words, the whole world, we've been subsidizing the whole world on drug costs. That's why they were
Better Dennis.
$10 and we'd be at 130. As
for
an
hanging out.
example, there were many examples. I could give you examples even worse.
Oh my God.
He said, no, I will not do that. And I
No,
said,
no,
yes,
no,
you
no.
will. 100% you'll do
No,
it. He
Mr.
said-
President.
He said, no, I won't do that, Donald.
Superman
You're asking
is
me
no
to
here.
double the cost of our prescription. We will not do that. I said, look, you've been ripping us off now for
Superman is no
decades.
here.
We're not going to do it anymore. You
No.
can do it under Biden and Obama and other people. You're not going to do it under us. We won't do it. I said, well, if you don't do it, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff on all of your wine, champagne, and everything else you sell into the United States. He said, like I said, I will do it. And that was the end of the conversation, right? That was the end of the conversation. So now we have favored nations that everybody said would be impossible to get. And I then had the same conversation with 15 other countries. Every one of them agreed. After a short conference, they all said no. And then within a matter of seconds, they said, we would be very happy to do that. Thank you for asking in such a nice way. And it's a great achievement. I think it's going to be one of the best achievements we've had in this country in a long time. So we're going to be knocking drug prices down at levels never seen before. I want to thank the drug companies because
So let's switch gears
once
for
they
a moment.
agreed, they really
because
did. They felt it was very unfair. One of them told me it's actually a relief to agree because this has been just a rough thing for me, to justify it. Because they couldn't justify it. I said, how come in London I can buy something for $10 and in New York I have to pay $130? And they go, well, it's research and development. I said, yeah, but you have research and development from them. Made in the same factory, made in
Why is he still
everything.
talking?
This is
Usually it's like his minions. He's like getting... Go to a minion. Holy fucking...
all
Oh,
way
Mr. No Name.
as getting back the son that was living. Steve, could you give us a little?
$300 million. Who is this guy? Multifaceted individual with a diverse academic creative background, Torontian. What the hell? Filmmaker, mathematical physics alumni. Isn't all physics mathematically in a way? What? Is that even a fucking major there? What the hell? Would it be mathematics and physics? I mean, why would he get the degree name wrong? Huh? It's a weird thing to get wrong, isn't it, guys? Mathematics and physics. Physics? I don't really like that. Hillary announced she's running again? I don't think she is. His interests are not confined to a single discipline. Instead, they encompass a range of topics from theoretical physics, consciousness, to the philosophical inquiries about free will and God. I hate this photo color going on here. Not good. Could be interesting.
Description, please.
Well, your policy of peace
Come on, Steve.
through strength, that's what delivered them home. Without that pressure, it never happens. We are in the second phase now. We've stood up for the first time, Mr. President, on your behalf, a technocratic, all Arab government. We've got the terrorists out of there, and they're going to demilitarize.
Someone tell Saudi Arabia.
They will, because they have no choice.
Someone tell Saudi Arabia that they're fucked.
So we expect that. Pardon me?
And now we want to get Hamas no guns, right?
Right, they're going to give it up. They're going to give up the AK-47s.
A lot of people said they'll never disarm. Looks like they're going to disarm.
Oh my.
And they did help us with those bodies, getting them back. Look,
And that
you know,
family is so grateful to you. They called, I spoke to them, Jared spoke to them. You know, it's an
What is
amazing story. He
happening,
broke his
dude?
shoulder. But he went out there because he didn't want his friends to fight alone. He would be alive today but for that. He had no reason to go out with a broken shoulder, and he went out and fought them courageously
And died.
and died.
That's right. It's a great story, and the parents are great. They were the only ones who didn't, you know, they came back pretty rapidly, actually, considering. And we had got some back initially with the initial group. After that, we had to get a lot. That's a tough job. That's a nasty job, too. Who would want that one? That's a nasty job.
What are we talking
Between
about?
Israel and Hamas working together, if you can believe it, they got them back. And we got the last one back yesterday, and the parents are so happy. It's amazing, actually, how.
We sent a message to the parents on your behalf, as you suggested, and they were so grateful. I have a note for you.
Grateful to me is a much better word. It's hard to be happy, but they were actually. I mean, they couldn't believe that they had their baby boy. The mother said, my baby boy back. It's a very terrible thing.
That's good.
Steve, Russia, Ukraine, we're making a lot of progress.
Steve
Can you
Witkoff.
explain that?
How's our cryptocurrency coin going? Have we fucking defrauded the U.S. government for at least our target of a few $100 billion or what?
Ukrainians actually said that we've made more progress since Geneva than they've seen in the last 4 years of that conflict.
That is just not true. Ukrainians right now are in an extremely difficult spot because of literally this dude. It's obviously fucking an overreach of the federal government. Bogos. He made it clear he was not a part of the protest. He wasn't a part of the protest. He was just there as a documenter. He made it very clear the entire time.
So we had
Also not
5
illegal?
Russian generals last Sunday in Abu Dhabi with Jared and Dan Driscoll, and we think we made a lot of progress. The talks will continue.
I mean, I guess maybe trespassing, but the federal government's not supposed to be doing that, and you just fucking file a report with the regular police.
In about a week,
What?
but lots of good things happening between the counterparties discussing the land deal. And we have a security protocol agreement that's largely finished, a prosperity agreement that's largely finished. And I think the people of Ukraine are now hopeful and expectant that we're going to deliver.
Probability theory. I do have a book for you, specific one. Then, if you'd like to read a little bit more on risk analysis and stuff like that. I'm not really an expert on the mathematics of this, but I can explain the concepts of it. Okay, but you probably have to bear with me on this one. I've read it, skimmed through it, and read it, but it's pretty difficult. Where the fuck is it? Should be here. Applied econometrics, this one. Here we go. It is actually, it's a financial. You should be able to see it now. It's a financial orientated book, mainly. So, okay. It's asset price dynamics, volatility, and prediction, Stephen J. Tyler. And it is like applied econometrics. So you have prices and returns, stochastic processes, and then you have financial returns, stylistic facts, how to use conditional means, conditional expectations, random walks, autocorrelation, return predictability, volatility, and then option prices, inferences, forecasting volatility, that kind of stuff. Pretty complex, but for some reason I get the feeling that you yeah. Oh, this is the old ones. Shit. Yeah, I'll post in the Discord. This is a link to the whole textbook section of my drive. So where it will be, energy is going to be in applied econometrics. Okay, and it's the Stephen J. Tyler one. I also have another one in here, which is like just like an applied economics textbook that I think someone recommended. So it has like more wordy problems and stuff. Oh, want the link? Yeah. Sure. Here you go. Can you hear it? Well, it's because it's going to main. Oops. I was playing this. assuming that's you. One can hope. You should be able to see it, right? The drive link.
For a peace deal sometime soon.
And because of the cold, extreme
The
cold,
beginning of this book is really, really good, in my opinion, because I believe it goes over like financial mechanisms and instruments involved with econometrics pretty well, and like what you're trying to do. Early Jews do not believe in heaven and hell. Greco-Roman period Judaism does. And soul, not. I don't believe so. No.
they have the same that we do.
It'd probably have to be something like later Judaism and Greco-Roman or rabbinic. Around there. Early Judaism does not, though.
Personally, as president,
Orthodox Judaism is, again, a broad concept that can definitely encompass rabbinic Judaism, right? So I'm not really sure if that's enough.
Putin not to fire on Kiev and the cities and towns for a week during this. It's extraordinary. It's not just like cold, it's extraordinary cold, record-setting cold. Over there, too. You're having the same. It's a big pile of bad weather, the worst. But it was they said they've never experienced cold like that. And I personally asked
They did like the year before.
President Putin
Oh,
not
no.
to fire into Kiev and the various
Oh, you have, dude? Because he's continually kept doing that. So, you ask him pretty please?
towns for a week,
Fucking.
and he agreed to do that. And I have to tell you, it was very
agreed to
nice.
do
A lot
it.
of people said, "Don't waste the coal. You're not going to get that," and he did it. And we're very happy that they did it,
No, he hasn't.
because on top of everything else, that's
Why are
not
we
what they
lying?
need is missiles coming into their towns and cities. So I just thought I should say it. I thought it was a very good thing, and Ukraine was almost, they didn't believe it, but they were very happy about it, because they
Not when your ego is, the size of the largest fucking black hole in the universe. Because when you're Sagittarius, fucking, what is it, Sagittarius like 7A or something? I can't remember. It's just a big black hole. You have to be that record setting all the time.
they are struggling.
Like, Trump is very, very obvious. He's like a very obvious person, I think. He is predictable. He is one-dimensional. He is pathetic. Okay.
Badly. They're struggling.
So when it comes to like someone who is not a malignant narcissist, I'm like you, where I'm like, I don't really think record setting has to be. I'm competitive, right? But what the hell are we talking about, right? Trump, he very honestly cannot reconcile with the fact that some things don't need to be. Everyone's brains are different. Unfortunately for Trump, his is the brain of a fucking loser.
Mr. President, how you provide an overarching sort of presence in these
Especially with that massive schlong of yours. Please.
negotiations. The Ukrainians never thought it could happen. The Russians are
Fucking hate when these dudes act like they care about Ukraine.
doing things maybe that people wouldn't give them the credit for doing, and I think it always comes down to your indomitable spirit.
Fuck you.
Well, it was a good thing. If you think it's cold over here, they say in Ukraine you can add another 20% to it. It was very cold place anyway, but this was, they see numbers.
A little
that
more
were
than 20.
They've never seen numbers like that. Cold.
More liberal? No. I'm not even a liberal. I definitely identify with classical liberalism in a governmental sense, but
numbers like that. So it was, I thought,
going to the power to anyone who goes to protest, to try and fight against what our government has become bogus. But I started streaming because I figured it was probably a better way for me to reach people than, unfortunately, I think protesting is too little too late. It's not going to work.
thought I should mention it. Could I ask Scott Bessel,
But
we have so many.
I will never say that someone who does do that is wasting their time, because the more people who talk about it, the better. But I figured this would be a better way for me to do that.
Things happening. Could I ask you to maybe say a few words, please?
Yes, sir. So the one big beautiful bill that was passed on July 4th last year, we're starting to
Why do you sound like a French person with an abominable nose? What the hell? See, Mr. President?
see the effects kick in. You mentioned the great economy. One of the things in the one big beautiful bill, Mr. President, it was an honor to host you, and as you said, the best rapper in the world, Nicki Minaj, at yesterday.
We love Nicki Minaj now, I guess. What the fuck are we talking about? Back in the 60s? I don't disagree with you. The problem, I think, that I just want to separate from the United States, for as long as we've known and historically, even though it excluded rights from a large amount of people, was always a liberal democracy, right? So the radical inclusion was capable within the Constitution framework we have. I just want to make sure that people understand that the type of movement we have right now is not similar to like the civil rights movement. Even if violence did happen, if unrest was there, the type of government that we are headed towards right now is foundationally destructive. People who want fascism want to break the Constitution and break the liberal democracy we live in. People who wanted to quell protests in the Civil Rights Act or like the Civil Rights era, while their intentions were awful and built upon racism, a long, extreme, brutal history of it, they did not want to break the liberal democracy. And that's kind of the main difference, I think. Because you're 100% correct. Um, and I mean, people obviously did want violence to happen on the protesters in the civil rights era as well. People were definitely like, they deserve it, or black people deserve to be fucking shot or something. People are stupid, right? But even still, in 55, our Supreme Court and the institutions we have chugged along, and help bring it in. So right now, it's more like our institutions are held by a guy who wants to break all that. It is like a very scary place to be. I'm like a white dude, right, who didn't live through any of the slavery that exists in the United States. For them, it probably didn't feel like a democracy, right? But we have moved past that. One of the great things about the Constitution is that it is so radically inclusive. It was made with the zero thought of black people and marginalized people in general, that simply amending it made it easily inclusive for people who weren't traditionally included in it. I think that's one of the main reasons that this country hasn't had to, outside of the Civil War, completely destabilize and have revolutions, bloody revolutions, to get where we are today. A lot of countries had to go through bloody revolutions to change their institutions to get where we are today. I don't think we need a bloody revolution to fix the problems in this country, right? And we haven't had a bloody revolution since the Civil War, thankfully. I'm not really sure what the answer is or how easy it'll be, but I do think it is different in a sense of like the potential danger that happens from like a fascist movement taking over your country, and what the civil rights era meant, even if it does mean a lot. It's kind of hard to find the words without trying to diminish what you said, because obviously protests are important. I think what I meant when I said earlier was that I think it's just too late to do protests, because it's never too late to do protests, actually. I find them to be, right now, personally, I think that the best way I could probably reach out, or like trying to help people understand that this is a very dangerous situation, was through Twitch. I honestly just see like state on citizen violence, but the hyper fucking fascist type that is extremely difficult to contend with once it gets into power, happening to large protests. I mean, if Trump, realistically, if there are protests large enough to have him like resign, realistically, there's like 30 million people in this country who will kill the rest of the people in this country to make sure that doesn't happen. I mean, yeah. I'm sure you know about like the deserts of like independent journalism, which the online space, including myself, have not filled that gap. That is not happening. But the independent journalism that used to exist in like rural America, as well as just even in the cities, is just like no longer there. So the type of journalism we have now is fundamentally kind of captured by what you're saying. And that's kind of unfortunate. I mean, obviously, if you look hard enough, you can find news sources that, I don't think you should idolize anyone or like take anyone at their word, but if you look hard enough, you can find like good, authentic sources. But that's not really, it's really hard for people who live in the middle of nowhere in this country to do that nowadays. There's no community, media or news ideation, or even the concept of it now. Yeah, and it was in anticipation of the fact that the January 6th committee they knew was going to be slow, right? Like they knew that January 6th committee was going to take a long time. And they wanted to do it right to make it look like lawfare didn't happen, but obviously we all knew that they were going to claim lawfare happened anyway. It's just stupid. I don't know what they were thinking. They should have just fucking charged them literally the same day. Because the entire Republican Party was ready to dump Trump after January 6th. But at the behest of not trying to be, yeah. I mean, he has spent a very long time normalizing it. I mean, 2015, he's spent better part of almost 11 years now normalizing it. I mean, literally kidnapping the Venezuelan fucking, it's just, we are at a whole nother type of normalization where the political and democratic norms are gone. Huge benefit to fascist fucking dudes. There's just a lot of danger, I think, in this particular situation we're in. Because I know for a fact Trump is not going to give up power. And he already has said so. He's already done so. I've never really been good at lying to myself, and he's not going to. I know that makes me seem kind of like an extremist or alarmist, but like, again, when people tell you who they are, you got to listen to them, you know? Yeah, Trump, I don't think the Republican Party was on the same page as Trump, though. But Trump did something that they didn't expect, right? Trump, every time a Republican candidate loses in the RNC or like the Republican Party, it's expected that they just go away, right? That's kind of how it goes. The Republican Party didn't expect, in my opinion, they didn't realize that Trump would just like be Trump and not care, and he just decided to take half of the people that liked him with him, and then they were captured by him. Bernie could have done the same thing, but Bernie has a conscience. Bernie doesn't make everything about himself, right? Bernie is not a one-dimensional piece of shit. Trump, on the other hand, has no problems being like, he doesn't care about conservatism, or he has no values, right? So that was an easy thing for him to do. But the Republican Party was definitely taken aback by that. They had to continue with him, or else he would make them almost like non-existent. Again, Bernie could have done the same thing. I think this was before his crimes, though. Well, I mean, he was being investigated a long time before that, but he definitely, I think during the Mueller investigation, also needed to be fucking. He probably also was feeling the same way. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Trump Accounts Summit. We've now had
Unless you're a protester in
sign
Minneapolis,
up for Trump accounts just
then you're
this
assaulting
week.
us. Did we just clap because this guy didn't fucking say words?
We've now had 1 million people sign up for Trump accounts just this week. We think there'll be 20.
I thought Trump accounts were automatic. Huh? What are we talking about? Are they automatic?
25 million families who are eligible. The segment that you and
How come only 25 million families are eligible for this?
she did has 1 billion hits. 1 billion hits on the internet. So we're telling everyone,
I don't
go
care.
fill out form 4547, trumpaccount.gov. So thanks to you, the Trump accounts, and Next Generation's America will benefit from today's record-breaking economy, record-breaking.
This Trump account thing is such a scam, bro. I went through the specifics of this, and it's just like a bunch of rich dudes saying that they're going to make these like investment accounts, okay, that they give to families that sign up for it. But what it is Dell going, all right, we're just gonna give you a bunch of money so you can make these Trump accounts for these families so you can then reinvest it back into Dell. So they're just buying investment back into themselves because someone handles all of the investment options. It doesn't say what it's going to be. It just says, I can only imagine Dell is thinking, well, if we give you all this money, you're probably going to at least make sure you invest it back into Dell. And you can't even take the money out at all before the person's 18. Like, if you're 14 and you have put like, if you have like a 14-year-old kid and you've put like $100,000 into this account, and like, let's say you get like cancer and you need money to fucking cover that or to keep the house or whatever, you can't even take a dime out. There's no like penalty at all. It's literally impossible. So you probably just end up dying, and then the kid gets some money later when he's 18. Maybe, who knows? The stock market doesn't crash, or it's even there to begin with. Who fucking knows? There's like zero regulation on it, but just mind-boggling, dude.
Markets.
Most of these types of accounts have like a clause where you can take the money out, with a penalty fee or something like that, right? It doesn't say you can do that at all.
The Biden administration had destroyed the American people with the 3 I's: immigration, inflation, and interest rates. Immigration, check, you close the border. The inflation, as
yeah, I'm sure there is. Like, it's just insane, dude. Also named after him. Yeah, it's essentially private companies just buying more investment into themselves, guaranteed investment from the government, because it's coming from the government. We're gonna print the money from the treasury. You're gonna spend it, put it on a balance sheet, and then it's gonna go right back into Dell. Even though Dell gets to sit there and be like, "Wow, we fucking donated all this money to it."
we've heard, back down to target. Prices are coming down, and interest rates, we hope there's more on the way. We've got gains in wages, low.
I really hope we do not lower interest rates. Again, I'm of the opinion that this economy is going to get fucked very soon. And there's nothing worse for a treasury or a country if the economy is in a recession or depression. If the interest rates are already low, then you get the paradox of thrift and you get zero room to actually like try and fix the economy. You just get fucked.
Prices, and
because if the interest rates are already low and you want to incentivize investment, incentivize spending, no one's going to spend money when you try to lower the interest rates more. They're already low. People just assume that it doesn't matter because it's already low, and then no spending actually happens to get us out of the recession. So please, for the love of God, do not fucking lower interest.
6 is going to be the year for the Trump boom. It's going to be a supply side boom. I enjoyed the trip out to Iowa. In the diner, the staff there was thanking you for the no tax on tips, and they're expecting big refunds. From that, we saw the CEO of John Deere, who said, thanks to your tariffs, new plants in Indiana and North Carolina.
Two massive plants being built by John Deere, and he's the chairman and CEO.
Distribution center, excavator factory. When did they plan this? Curious. Fuck. What I meant to do. Go back in time and see if there's any plant in Mexico. 2025. This was 10th January, so before Trump even became president. This is in Mexico. Okay, so which plants are we looking at?
Wonderful. It's being built.
Plants in Indiana and North Carolina.
Indiana, North Carolina. Looks like in 2024 they were already going to do this. Lake County, Indiana. Indiana, yeah. This was announced in 2024. Okay. See how easy it is to like just show how fucking stupid this is? Is this new, or I mean, it looks like they already applied for this during Biden's term. So let's go to the other one. Screw it. I don't know. 2025, May 15th. Oh, look at that. December 16th, 2024. Interesting. This was when again? They don't have a date on this? Okay. Fucking. Rah. Doing this real fast. Really bright. Where is my date? Here we go. Published date. December 4th, 2024. Okay. So, what does this mean? Looks like both of these plants, North Carolina one and only going to bring 150 new jobs for 380,000 square foot factory. Okay. Anyways, 2024 and both of them for both of them. So, is this a true statement?
Big refunds. From that, we saw the CEO of John Deere who said, thanks to your tariffs, new plants in India.
Thanks to your tariffs, even though he already planned to build both of these and already got the permits and everything before Trump was even in office. Something's not adding up.
Indiana and North Carolina.
Two massive plants being built.
Massive. One that has 150,000 jobs, or 150 jobs total. Massive, he says. Wow.
By John Deere, and he's the chairman and CEO, wonderful guy. And
well, he is Mr. John Deere.
I said to he was.
Seems to me that he's also full of shit. But
at the event we had in Iowa, which is appropriate,
John
Deere, Iowa. But I said to him, so what are you doing? He said, we just announced two massive plants. In fact, they're going to have one plant for excavators. And he said, there hasn't been an excavator built in this country in 50 years or something. He said, it's
I mean, that was just the first thing I looked up. Why do I feel like this is just not even remotely true? Like, just not even remotely true. In June 2021, AB Volvo launched two 50-ton excavators. Okay. Caterpillar, U.S.-based construction equipment manufacturer. Okay. Looks like C&H Industrial America has large excavators that they make. I don't know. Maybe they're key U.S. excavator companies. AB Volvo, Caterpillar, C&H, Deere and Company. I just, why, dude? Why are we even lying about this? Look at this. Kimron Excavators in Muskogee, Oklahoma. Okay. Looks like there are definitely some. Assembled in the U.S. Oh, no. Survey says that was wrong.
They're taking it out of Japan and they're moving it into the United States.
Who is? John Deere?
He said two massive plants. In fact, they're going to have one plant for excavators. And he said there hasn't been an excavator built in this country in 50 years or something. He said they're taking it out of Japan and they're moving it into the United States.
Whoa! They did have one in Japan. Holy fuck. Dude, he's right. That was one thing he's right on. What the fuck? Is that? That's gnarly. I would never have guessed that. The Kernsville campus. What the fuck? Why were they building in Japan? Wouldn't that be expensive? Maybe that was their foothold to sell across the sea? I don't know. That's wild. I was not expecting that. It was based in Japan, dude. Dude, facts have a pro-Trump.
Two very big plans. And I said, so why are you doing it? He said, because of you and because of tariffs. I said, if we didn't have tariffs, would you be doing it? He said, absolutely not. So it's very important, and I hope we're going to be successful with the Supreme Court case because we're waiting, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we don't want to give it back, number one. And number two, and you know, the people that are fighting us on that case, by the way, are China-centric. These are people that are...
Honestly, I'm kind of impressed.
For China, but they're also outside of the United States. These are countries that have ripped
I
us
lost
off
the piece.
for years and years, charging us tariffs. And now we're doing an amazing job, and we're getting it back. We're getting it all back and then some. And they're the ones that are leading that lawsuit that we have in front of the United States Supreme Court. So it's a very important lawsuit for our country. And hopefully it's going to work out. We're waiting a long time, but hopefully it's going to work out. We've taken in hundreds of billions, even trillions of dollars, and certainly we've taken in trillions of dollars of, you know, a big part of that $18 trillion that's coming in is because of tariffs. They're coming in, they're building because they don't want to pay the tariff, and the tariffs are very, you know, steep. They could be much steeper. You probably saw I put out a truth today, and the tariffs could be much steeper. We've been actually very nice about it. But even being nice about it, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And honestly, they've given us tremendous national security. The power that we have because of that.
What the fuck is he talking about?
They have given us tremendous strength and national security. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, sir.
John
and
Deere?
The IEPA power.
John Deere has given us tremendous. Oh, he's talking about tariffs. The IEPA power, which you are unconstitutionally using. You haven't submitted your report to Congress within 6 months. You haven't, as much as even attempted to try and show that there is a reason to even use IEPA, which you're supposed to do within 6 months. Supposed to make sure that you keep Congress in lockstep with your plans weekly. I don't sit here and talk about IEPA right now, bro. Shut the fuck up. You should read, Title 50 and then U.S. Code of what you're trying to talk about.
The tariffs, as you said, we're bringing in tens of trillions of investments.
No, we are most certainly not. You can't just count the, investments that were essentially just going to happen because of the fact that the U.S. GDP is $36 trillion a year. Obviously, investment will happen. You need to count investment that is a product of what you're talking about.
The trillions of investments turns into factories construction, which turns into factory.
No, it does not. Investments do not just suddenly mean factories. Investments can take all different forms. And if this were true, we would see this reflected in the jobs report because someone has to fucking build the factories.
Jobs, which turns into consumer spending.
We would see it in the construction jobs.
You've right-sized
in the transportation jobs.
Government, so government employment is down. Private sector is up. Growth was a stunning.
Is government employment down? I mean, it is, but how many new ICE agents have we hired with signing bonuses that are literally more than your average fucking federal employee salary?
4.7, 4.8% in the past 2 quarters. Biggest back-to-back gains in a decade. And we are doing that with government finances improving. So that will bring down the borrowing cost.
I don't know how you could possibly say that. What do you mean government finances improving? I mean, this ain't that hard to look up either, man. Where is most recent one? This is the most recent Treasury statement. Let's see. Fiscal year 2025. Deficit 1.8 trillion. That's higher than the year before. Right now we are already at 600 billion. Improving? Okay. Biden spent a ton of money to try and protect, the legislation that he that was enacted at the end of his term or in his term, like the CHIPS Act and things like that, as well as his executive orders on protecting land and things like that. So the first 3 months of fiscal year 2025, there was a lot of money spent, especially in November. How the fuck are we even close to the spending of those 3 months without any of what I just mentioned? I don't know what he thinks is good or finances are improving, but it ain't that, dude.
Cost the calendar year budget for 2024, 7% deficit to GDP, highest when we weren't at war,
What in the baseball stat did I just hear? 7% GDP, highest on a Sunday when the sun is perfectly 30 degrees in the sky and the air smells sweet of lavender. It's just what?
Session all the way down to 5.4.
You're on? You're not going to get a notification from when it happens, but we are sending a second armada outside of Iran. I think we need to stop playing games with countries personally, but
4% and getting better. Biggest declines
We're clear on OPSEC.
since 2014. Generational gains
Feel
in
like I
productivity,
lost it.
soaring productivity. We're going to lift workers' pay, record high prices, record high profits, and stock prices are soaring. You got a manufacturing renaissance, and all the key inflation metrics are trending lower. Over the past 3 months,
one wasn't
the
supposed to
consumer
have this.
price index is just 2.1, and core prices are even lower at
Yes, it was.
1.6. And I think that could trend below 1, given energy, as you talked about, the pharmaceutical discounts, and rents. So we're expecting a great year in 2026, Mr. President.
And we're going to be announcing next week, I think sometime, Scott and Howard and everybody, we're going to be announcing the head of the Fed, who that will be. And it'll be a person that will, I think, do a good job. We're paying far too much interest in the Fed. The Fed rate's too high. Unacceptable.
Okay. Pop quiz for anyone in here who may want to know what a higher interest rate for the federal government means. Pop quiz. If the federal interest rate is higher when we borrow, does the federal government make more money or does it make less money? What do you guys think? More or less? Just curious. Are we sure? If the bank gives you a higher interest rate when you buy a home, is the bank making more money or are they making less money? So if the federal interest rate is higher when they sell you a loan, is the federal government making more money or are they making less money? Nice. Can someone please tell our president this very basic fucking financial fact?
Unacceptably high. We should, next week, I think sometime, Scott and Howard and everybody, we're going to be announcing the head of the Fed, who that will be. And
Not the head of the Fed, he's just the chairman of the Federal Reserve. What does that mean? I mean, the people who take loans for housing? Like $50 trillion, bro. The total amount of money in real estate in this country is I was close. $55 trillion. So, next. I have no idea how I remember that. We'd have to print a lot of money. We have to print a lot of money, that's all I'm going to say. But, like, if the government wants to make more money, okay, it doesn't want to lower interest rates. Because a higher interest rate when a private bank takes out a loan or buys a borrowed debt security from the U.S. makes more money. It makes more money on the loan. what the bank owes back. So, I mean, this is just skull fuckingly dumb.
And it'll be a person that will, I think, do a good job. We're paying far too much interest in the Fed. The Fed rate's too high.
Those are completely separate things.
Unacceptably high. We should have the lowest. And I think you read my statement today. I put out a statement before the meeting, but we should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, because a lot of these countries are successful only because of us, because we allow them to have surpluses.
Yeah, this is some Nazi rhetoric, isn't it?
And without surpluses, some of the countries that you most respect financially, that you say, oh, this one, that one, this one, that one, they're successful because we allow them to have surpluses. And we could easily stop that with the powers that we have, but we don't. We took some of it, but we took really just a small portion of it compared to what we could take if we wanted to. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world. They should be 2 points and even 3 points lower. And if it was, each point is the equivalent of, I would say, $500 billion. So if you got 2 points low, you have $1 trillion in saving, and it's almost, if you call it just a paper expense. You could do it with a pencil. And if it was, each point is the equivalent of, I would say, $500 billion. So if you got 2 points low,
I don't think he understands what this even means. The U.S. economy is big. That means the amount of interest that we pay is, if your answer, or at least your guess before I even say this, is will probably be large as well, then you'd be correct. Because we have a large economy, our interest rates are, and the amount we pay on them, are probably going to be large. Would have thought. This in no way even is remotely relative to what he's saying right now or what he's trying to say. I don't really understand. Just because you change the interest rate doesn't mean it retroactively changes the interest rates of all of the interest in debt security that was, contractually fucking done before you change the interest rate, because that would be fucking stupid. But here we are, where changing the interest rate will magically change the conditions and the terms of something that you did like years before. If it's a 10-year long one, I guess it changes it. It's so stupid.
you have $1 trillion in saving, and it's almost, if you call it just a paper expense. You can do it with a pencil. It's not cutting. It's not saying we have to get rid of jobs, or it's just like literally so easy to do. But we have a guy that doesn't want to do it because he's, I think he's politically biased. I really do. I believe he's politically biased, because most smart people say it's not even a question. But despite that,
I guess I'm fucking stupid.
we were able to bust through. It's like busting through a wall. We were able to bust through a wall, and we have the kind of numbers that Scott and Howard with the steel and other things talk about. What would you say, Howard, in terms of how we're doing, generally speaking? Great business.
Yeah, because I have no idea.
Very successful guy. He's doing a really good job. What would you say?
Well, no one, before you walked in the door, no one thought our economy could grow 2%. Fourth quarter, with the
It literally grows 2% every single time.
shutdown, 5.5%.
We don't even have fourth quarter yet, so I'm
And that means the first quarter, you could see the United States of America, with its $30 trillion economy, grow in the 6% range. And no one thought that was possible. That's how you get jobs. That's how you get money down. That's how you fix the deficit. You are fixing everything with your policies. You've
literally just yap.
changed America and created the golden age.
Thank you. And with the help of the Fed, because we really, we want help, not hindrance. Why would the Fed hinder? But with the help of the Fed, with the right choice, if we make the right choice, a lot of times you make a choice, you think it's good, and it turns out to be not good. But with the help of the Fed, we could hit numbers that have never been hit before. We could hit 8, 9, 10. There's no reason why not.
Okay.
And, I talk about, if you
Oh,
go
I
back
see what
20
you
years,
mean.
25 years, I'm old enough to remember. When we had good news, when you announced good news, the stock market went up. You announced anything good, the stock market went up. You announced bad, the stock market went, and that's the way it should be. But now it's over the last
Oh my fucking god, bro. He's straight up a toddler.
15 or so years.
I need help. What the fuck is this dude on about, bro? We just need good news only. It'll fix everything.
If you announce good news, that means they're going to raise interest rates because they want to kill it. So you can never really be that successful because you announce all record numbers, great, because they're afraid of inflation. But growth doesn't have to have any impact on inflation. It can make inflation go down in many cases. So, and you've seen
Just fundamentally fucking so wrong, bro. Oh my fucking god. All right. Inflation is intrinsically linked to nominal wage growth. That means if you have growth, inflation is a fact. And there's a very obvious reason for this, okay? Growth means you have more money coming in. More money means people can buy more things. Ergo, demand, okay? Even if it stays the same, technically the demand for items, okay, is going to be restricted by the amount of money supply, or it's going to be shifted by the amount of money supply. We have more money coming in, which is going to shift this and cause inflation. Prices are going to go up if there's more money. You cannot have growth and not have inflation. That is just fucking stupid. The problem is the variance in how inflation may be outpacing nominal wage increases or growth, or like the same thing can be said for housing costs, or housing, how much a house costs to purchase is outpacing the yearly real wages of an average person in the United States. It's not so much that like inflation is bad. It's why is inflation like rapidly outpacing some of these things? That would be bad. But to actually say that you can have growth go up and inflation go down is some of the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
seen that with us. I mean, we're growing at a much faster rate than anybody thought was possible. We have very controllable inflation. With Biden, we were getting killed, and we had the worst inflation.
Because of you. Inflation takes 12 to 36 months to take effect after an action. Conveniently, that's literally right into about a year and a half into 2 years into Biden's presidency. All the morons in the world blame Biden without even realizing that it was straight up your fault for your stupid ass PPP loan program and everything else that you fucking do,
In 48 years in history, in the history of our country.
including your stupid tax plan.
And that's with going down. So growth is a great thing. It doesn't mean inflation. And I want to go
It
back.
literally, intrinsically means inflation, though. Just
Back to a system where when we announce good news, they say that's great. We can lower interest rates instead of raise interest rates. And by the way,
no, that is not how it works. There's been centuries now of, Federal Reserve banking that has tried to figure this out, by the way. And again, the Great Depression showed us a lot of the mechanisms that happen in macroeconomics. If you lower interest rates to a point of, like 1% or whatever, thinking that it's just going to only help your economy, when your economy actually slips, when some cyclical nature, which does happen, it absolutely will happen. That's how economies work. They're not equilibrium type shit, okay? They're just cyclical. During a recession or depression, one of the only options the Federal Reserve can do is lower interest rates to spur investment. Those are not Biden's policies. Those are the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve acts independently of Biden. I don't know what you're talking about. The guy who is the chairman, by the way, Energy. The chairman right now, Jerome Powell, was nominated by Trump. So I have no idea what you're talking about. The guy who is in charge of doing what you're saying right now was literally put there by Trump in 2019. Quantitative easing definitely contributes to inflation. That's the whole point, though, Energy. If you are familiar with what quantitative easing is, it's exactly what I just said. The Federal Reserve essentially tries to change interest rates to ease, inflationary pressures by injecting money into the economy to stimulate aggregate demand, which obviously is going to increase inflation. I have a lot of comments and a lot of my own concerns on quantitative easing, but to think that it's Biden's policies is just, that's wildly inaccurate. It's not even Trump's policies. It's just a target and a mantra of the Federal Reserve for the past, 40 years now. I don't even think it's working, but what you just said is not even close to being true.
If inflation comes, we'll take care of it when it comes. But
It's not how that works. But
they're trying to guess it, and they're trying to get it 10 years before in advance. And we want to make this country greater than ever before, and I think we're doing that. But we want to make it that when we announce great news, everything goes up. If we announce bad news, that happens too. We bring it down, and we control, and we do what we have to do. But we can have numbers in the upside like nobody's ever seen before. I want to ask Bobby to say a few words, if he would, about some of the incredible things that we've been doing in your department with Oz and everybody else.
Mr. President, we're in the process of implementing your great healthcare bill, which is going to increase affordability, drive down costs, and increase the quality of healthcare for every American. You mentioned MFN, Most Favored Nation. We now have agreements with 16 of the 17 drug companies. And you asked us to do something,
Can we get some fucking laws? What do you mean agreement? A fucking dude's handshake? What are we doing?
Clinton had promised to do this. Biden had promised to do this. Obama.
I don't fucking care what we promised to do. I want some fucking regulation, bro, on the food and drug companies.
Bush had all promised to do it. None of them succeeded. It was regarded
And you succeeded with your dick shake or what?
as impossible, and you made it 10 times harder. As you said, not only do I want MFN, but I want them to all reassure their production to this country. And they don't have any money to do it because we've taken it all from them. And I want to make sure we continue to lead the world in innovation. We succeeded in all of those goals, and the proof that we did that is after we signed those agreements, the stock prices for those companies went up $1.3 trillion.
Amazing.
Aren't they supposed to be taking a hit? Wait.
They are from production to this country, and they don't have any money to do it because we've taken it all from them. And I want to make sure we continue to lead the world in innovation. We succeeded in all of those goals, and the proof that we did that is after we signed those agreements, the stock prices for those companies went up $1.3 trillion.
So the stock price is going up for these companies of question that you're going to price control, I guess, or you already did, went up $1.3 trillion, and that's supposed to be evidence that you've succeeded in your goals to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Am I hearing this right, or does that make any sense?
Amazing.
And they are reshoring. Eli Lilly is building 6 new plants, including an API plant. So the next time that we have a pandemic in this country, we're not going to be stuck buying API from China who cuts
What do you mean? That was fucking fake, wasn't it?
us off. We're going to be able to
Why did we just get rid of all the divisions that can even, that they research and study viruses and infectious diseases? And why did we get rid of COVID from our federal websites if we care so deeply?
make it right here. Novo Nordisk is building 4 new plants, and we are going to be releasing Trump
A little
RX
high.
so that every American can get the lowest prices in the developed world. In some cases, they're going to be lower than the lowest prices in the developed world.
Okay. I guess the evidence in that one is still to be determined.
And that's going to be happening sometime probably in the next 10 days.
10 days? 10 days, he says. Okay. Set my watch, I guess.
So we're doing rural health care. We sent out $10 billion last week. The states have that money. They're going to be giving it to...
We bailed out the farmers for $12 billion, and now we bailed out rural states for their health care for $10 billion. Right after we fucking gutted their rural health care funding for Medicaid. Wow, you guys really sound like you know what you're doing.
Rural hospitals sometimes in the next 2 weeks, and we're going to revolutionize rural health care in this country. You are putting...
Are we just going to spend a ton of money for places that don't even have anyone who want to live there, or what? How are you going to revolutionize rural healthcare when, no one wants to actually live in these places that you're talking about because of your stupid backwards healthcare policies? We've thought about this, or are we just going to throw money into the literal prairie fields that exist over there, or what? Watch it burn away into the sun, or what the fuck are we talking about?
You are raising the influx of federal dollars to rural health care by 30% over the next 5 years. So 30% every year, more dollars, dollars.
I don't even think this is true.
Are going to be flowing to them. It's going to allow them
because Medicaid is most definitely being gutted. So I don't know where he's coming up with these numbers. I don't know how it's going to be distributed. Medicaid is how we distributed it before. If you're going to gut that, then how are we going to do this? Again, are we just going to send money to sand? Or are you going to save the hospitals that need Medicaid funding and ergo just making it less efficient than Medicaid that was already there, which was already not efficient?
to rebuild their decaying infrastructure, to retain providers, and also to revolutionize the use of AI and other technologies.
Okay, so we're going to give a bunch of money to AI companies. Oh. How could it be so stupid, bro? That's how we're going to give healthcare to people. AI.
Which is going to dramatically lower the prices for rural Americans and raise the quality of their health care.
Raise the quality is kind of something I don't think you can say yet, buddy. I don't know about you, but...
We did. Brooke and I released the dietary guidelines, which have been received incredible acclamation from both sides.
Literally, I don't think a single person has talked about it. If all you did was just remove sugar from anywhere near the top and, make fat not as bad as it used to be, then you're a little late. Europe already did this quite a while ago. Step on the train, buddy.
We are going to change the food culture in this country. Brooke gives away
Through regulation or my vibes?
$405 million a day to buy food for Americans. And the WIC program, the Head Start program, SNAP, school lunches, the VA.
Didn't you guys just cut literally every single one of those? What are we doing? I could have sworn that the Republicans in the House, just like, especially Chip Roy from Texas, just definitely disagreed with everything you just said. So I'm really confused right now.
and the military, they're now going to be getting real food.
Did someone
the
update
first time.
this dude on what happened in the house?
And Brooke came up with the ingenious idea of requiring every store in this country that accepts food stamps to double the amount of real food that they're selling. And this is
Oh, okay, yeah. We're just gonna tell them to double the amount of real food. That's totally clear. Yeah. So what do we need to do again? You need to sell real food. Okay. Who's gonna classify that? What do you mean? It's obvious. I mean, no, it's not. We need like the government to tell us, regulate it, so we can make sure we're following this. Because if you don't, what's the point? Like, we're not going to follow it. We signed an agreement. Well, it's fine. We'll figure it out. Fucking joke.
going to drive change in the market.
No, not today, man. Because I'm gonna stop pretty soon. Because it's been 4 hours, unfortunately. But next time, I'm gonna try and stream earlier again. I'm less angry.
And it's going to lower the cost of meats, of proteins, of whole grains, of fruits and vegetables.
I have no idea how he thinks that's going to happen. Especially when we just bailed out the farmers for $12 billion to make sure that they didn't go under. But I guess he has something he knows something I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I probably will.
Every American will have in their reach an affordable meal that actually is real food. 70% of American kids now are, 70% of the diet of American kids is now ultra-processed foods. That's why.
Okay, and how do we fix this? Regulation.
We're spending $5 trillion in treating chronic disease in this country every year. We are attacking fraud. We have Oz finding hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid, Medicare fraud.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
In states like Minnesota and California, and we are clawing back that money. We also accomplished something that every American has promised, which is prior authorization. Now we have 80% of the insurance industry that has agreed to eliminate prior authorization in almost all of their procedures. So that this is going to dramatically change the experience of every American with the healthcare system. When you
To be determined. I guess we'll find out when this actually happens, eh? You and I both. Just hope it's not after my terminal cancer diagnosis. Obviously. Manhattan by Eric Johnson. Let's see. Yeah, pretty fun to play to. Rev 163 Margs. What the heck is that? Eric Johnson's a fucking really good guitarist, so. This is metal.
KP Prod, KP Prod, KP Prod, KP Prod.
They turn down the fucking reverb. There we go.
Who don't hear must feel, that's why I got yacht with the stainless steel. This 15 inch of a head back pill. Target shots in sizes for them. I don't know how the pagans feel. It's like 15 nil. I feel like Sawari's been in the field. With a 9 got brilliant skill. My brownie wanna go out for a meal. My lighty wanna Netflix and chill. I'm tryna school Merzel Ozil. None of my girl them rude Jalil. Shutdown days don't cover that bill. Her ex man won't, she know that I will for real. Man can't lack in the day. I got it on me, ain't half for drill. Just show me that angle. 47s, yellow the bangles. Rev up the 125 with a handle. Rev. Swipe man off his feet, me man dropped his ankle. Swipe. Oh man was shambles. Just show me that angle. 47s, yellow the bangles. Rev up the 125 with a handle. Rev. Swipe man off his feet, me man dropped his ankle. Swipe. Oh man was shambles. Circle their block, don't see no one. So next year we're going again. Pay pound for the Japanese yen. And now they're getting yen. It's mad how I use these tricks on the field, but all now, yeah, I'm playing in the Prem. I already got me a 9. So why would I need me a 10? Up that posty, bear man ski. I'm 15 with a 15 on me now. Shots more bread, just caught me a green. And if I get nipped with a stick, you know what it is. Not guilty, I bleed. Cop the machine, disrupting, coming in handy. Why could I be fit cheap? His peak cup still needs deep in the street. Just show me the angle. 47, still all the bangles. Rev up the 125 with a handle. Rev. Swipe man off his feet, me man dropped his ankle. Swipe. Oh man was shambles.
Rap music. There's no resolution, bro. We played this one before, but man, I love this. This one or this one? This is a longer one. Okay.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. And when the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be
music show. Popping off Winter's rental. Slip in one time. Put this away for right now. Give me a sec. Probably gonna end in like 5 minutes, okay? My eyes are starting to hurt. I got like time for 2 more songs. Well, I do want to play my guitar. Fuck you, Trump. Be gone. This one? Martha is dead. Oh, God. Give it a shot. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's go to you. It's in tune. Haven't played in a while. Now, what kind of tone do I need for this, man? Hear it? Okay. Work. I already feel the fucking. You feel the flats. Like the build up. Where is it, man? It's gotta come in, right? Wait, I think it's actually just a soundtrack. Is this from that new game, Obscura or whatever, Expedition 33? This is what it reminds me of. It'd definitely be fun to jam to. You know what I mean? You can like practice different things. Definitely about it. Definitely about it. We're gonna do something stupid though. I'm obsessed with this song. Love playing this song. Suck. bit better. I couldn't find the damn keychain just for a second. What the heck is wrong with me? Oh no. Every time. Every time with this song, eh?
Everything seems different. Lose all your desires on the other side of time. Some come here to run away, others come in pain. I came for forgiveness for the mistakes I've made. 'Cause here in the white room, no one stops and stares at me. I can't hear you screaming, I can feel you gone, and everything is done. I'm lying on the floor now, dreaming of your touch. And somehow I forgive you for leaving me alone. 'Cause here in the white room, I'm lying next to you. Hands are tied like diamonds, all our dreams came true. Here in the white room, and this is what I needed, just to feel you close. Everyone and dying.
I can play that one.
I'll hold on till you go. It wasn't just a vision, darling, I loved you. I'll hold on till you go. Dreaming of your touch. Somehow I forgive you for leaving me alone. Here in the white room, what are you running from? Can you feel it? Like we've lost all our direction, all our fears are resurrected. Are we sinking? If this love can't last forever, are we waiting for an ending? Pretending, are you broken down, hopeless lying on the ground? Are you lost right now? Everything you had is gone. When the credits roll, everyone is headed home.
Pretty difficult. I mean, fuck, I can fuck it up, you know? What am I playing? Martin Luther King? What the fuck is this, bro?
Shout out Martin Luther King, that nigga had a dream.
Bogos, I'm redacting your fucking, your, whatever you want to call it. Said we're gonna play something super fucking filthy, okay? Then I'm gonna end my stream, but filthy first. Not quite my tempo. My fucking wrist riff. I'll play that for her. you don't. You're not allowed any more songs. All right, it's not happening. Do an old one. All right, this is the last thing. You just made me play a song that said the N word on it, bro. Trying to get me banned. What's wrong with you? At least I think you can get banned for that, right? Kind of. We'll see. I don't know if it's every rap song. But I want to play something I can jam to, though. We'll do this one. Here we go. Alright, let's redo this. Sound okay?
Baby, baby, I'm gonna leave you. I said, baby, you know I'm gonna leave you. Leave you in the summertime. Leave you when the summer comes rolling. Leave you when the summer comes baby, I wanna leave you. I ain't joking, woman, I've got to ramble.
Awesome. Do.
Oh, yeah. Baby, I really got to ramble. I can hear it calling me the way it used to do. I can hear it calling me back
Hey, man. was okay. But thank you all for watching. Hope you have a wonderful night. I'm gonna get off. Yeah. Peace out, A-Town. Boop 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 boop.